Okay, everyone. I will start recording now, and I'm going to disable the waiting room. So from now, everyone will be here.
Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning, Anand. Good morning, Rahul.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Is there disturbance from my side? All right.
Good morning.
Speaker view. Everyone, do put yourselves in speaker view, and volunteers do switch on your cameras.
Speaker view, how does one do speaker view?
Actually, it will be on speaker view only since spotlight is running. Yes, Amruta.
How you change it into a speaker?
Sorry, there is an audio disturbance.
Có khi nào ở nơi đâu đâu nhìn về quá khứ của hai ta em có
Sorry, there is a lot of disturbance.
Can you please?
Hi, sorry.
Can you do
Sorry, there is a lot of disturbance. I would request you to mute.
Rahul? Videos are playing on the two names. One is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and the FBI. Do you know these two people? Rahul?
Yes.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You have to check the FBI name.
Sorry, your audio broke. Yes.
Check
Oh.
the guy with the name FBI.
Okay.
There are some spammers and hackers. Remove them. We'll remove them straight away. काढून टाका. असे नंबरचं नाव नसते ना. काढून टाकू. काढून टाका. Please remove them. Better enable back waiting.
Okay, that person has left.
त्यांना हे करायचं ब्लॉक करून
No,
टाकायचं.
I removed them.
Block.
I removed them.
Oh, okay, great. I'm enabling waiting room again.
मला एकदा sound check करू. Hello, good morning. Can everyone hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Good morning, everyone.
Sorry. One request: when somebody is speaking, please let me know your names so that I know who is speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, this is Anand here, and good morning to everybody, and welcome to the conference. We are just waiting for everybody to start. So, this painting that you can see here is made by one deaf and mute artist from Odisha. Sri Harsha Shukla.
Yeah. Namaste, hello, and a very warm welcome to everyone here in this second International Sustainability Conference 2021, organized by Sprouts and FES. I'm Purnima Palekar, volunteer associated with Sprouts. I will be the master of ceremonies for these 3 days, starting from today, 12th, tomorrow, 13th, and day after, 14th of November, 2021. Now, we are hoping to start very soon, but we're waiting for some participants to join in. So kindly bear with us. For the sake of inclusion, we have also added 3 sign language interpreters, Preeti Sapra, Gargi Shukla, and Saurav, who you are looking at him on the screen. If there are any participants with hearing disabilities, you can add the term deaf beside your name, like whatever, your name, surname, and comma, deaf. If you mention that, then we will put you in specific groups having special language, sign language interpreters. Okay, so please note that. Now, we are having this conference to, sort of, we want people to actively participate in this conference to give practical solutions, throw ideas around, and that is the sole purpose of this conference. And we want more people to join in, especially from diverse strata of society, from many other communities. So that is why we added these sign language interpreters, so that more people with hearing disabilities can also participate. So I hope you spread the word around and let people join in henceforth in the near future. So now a moderator, Mandvi Kulshrestha, will be taking over. So I would like to introduce her. Just bear with me. Okay, first I'll introduce the sign language interpreters that we have, because they are playing a very big role in this. They'll be there throughout the conference and helping out with the interpretations. So the one you're seeing here right now is Saurav. He's an ISL interpreter. Now ISL means Indian Sign Language. Okay. And he's an ASLI member. ASLI stands for Association of Sign Language Interpreters. And he's currently pursuing Diploma in Indian Sign Language Interpreting at ISLRTC. There are very few, only 2 associations in India. So these are the registered ones. Then there is another one, Preeti Sapra. She is General Secretary, Association of Sign Language Interpreters, India. That is one of the registered associations. The third interpreter that we have is Gargi Shukla. She's an Indian Sign Language Research and Training Center alumni. Okay, so now I would like to introduce Mandvi Kulshrestha. She is an urbanist and a feminist, and she is currently working as program advisor, Economy of Tomorrow at Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. I hope I'm pronouncing this okay, because we normally use the acronym FES. So henceforth, I'll be using the acronym. India office. The program looks at building progressive discourses for 3 mega trends in India: urban transformation, energy transition, and digital automation. She is interested in social, economic, and ecological aspects of development policy making. So she's the moderator, and I would like to request Mandviji to take over this session and share her thoughts on this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mandvi Kulshrestha, and I work as, like Punemaji was saying, as program advisor with Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, India office. Along with the SPROUTS team, FES team, our amazing team of volunteers, and the and ISL interpreters who are present with us today, I welcome you to this 3-day international conference on sustainability. Saurabh, are you able to hear me?
Oh, thank you, Manvi. Yes, I can hear you, but there's some disturbance, like things banging around.
Okay.
Feels like that. Sorry,
Bob. Okay, so let me give you all a quick introduction to our organization and the work. FES is one of the oldest foundations in Germany, kind of a think plus do tang, which remains loyal to the legacy of its founder, Friedrich Ebert, who was the first democratically elected president of Germany. We work on the core ideas and values of social democracy, that is freedom, justice, and solidarity. Our international cooperation work is spread in more than 100 countries around the world. FES has been active in India since 1980s, building platforms for exchange of progressive discourses and fostering debates on national, regional, and global level. The work line I represent is called Economy of Tomorrow, or Social, Ecological, Economic Transformation, where we look at transformative discourses dealing with 3 mega trends in India, that is energy transition, urban transformation, and digital automation. Gender justice and climate justice are integral to our work, and we are working towards creating a coalition of progressive actors, like mentioned, who can bring innovative ideas on the table for creation of a socially equitable, resilient, green dynamic development model for India, one which could serve as a roadmap for similar narratives globally. Now, we live the evils of development, be it rampant urbanization or degradation of rural hinterland, on a daily basis. In those very so-called development areas that we have created in a systematically anarchic manner. And with climate change adding fuel to fire, literally sometimes the frenzy is even more unruly. There are increasing episodes of urban floods on one hand, rain deficits on another, forest fires, heat islands, droughts, sea level rise, melting caps, sandstorms, locust attacks, rising pollution. And all these are intrinsically related to the change in climate and weather. And whether we accept it as a society or not, there is no denying that Anthropocene epoch has had and continues to have adverse effects on our planet. Developing countries bear serious brunt of these changes. Interestingly, we are living in an age when both the intensity of the problem is at the peak, as well as the solutions to address the same are plenty, unthinkably smart and innovative. The challenge remains that most of them are technical solutions, quick fixes, totally backed by technology, but only add to the problem in the longer run. Governments across the world keep on playing the blame game of, historical responsibility, intergenerational injustices, lacking contributions in climate finance or decreased commitments, enhanced pledges, timelines. I mean, we've seen what was happening in the past week at COP. And in the meanwhile, we continue to perpetuate the situation through our energy-intensive economic activities, the shoddy governance, misplaced ambitions of those who are in power, and most importantly, our own inactivity as individuals. Most of, and not all of us as individuals. Since we contributed to the climate wars, I think it is only fair that we step up in combating the same. A nation, I believe, is not made by plans and actions or commitments or schemes. The nations are made by people, and people it is who need to take center stage. All these actions and plans and schemes and commitments will only work when the interests of different stakeholders are met in a win-win manner. There is still a lot of ignorance about the deep interlinkages between environmental problems and climate change. At present, the gains of one are seen as the loss of another, and this gap needs to be addressed before it is too late. Economic gains will have to go hand in hand with social and ecological gains. The political class, the industry, corporates, common citizens all have to join forces, all have to join hands and craft informed campaigns to create awareness. The potential of marginalized groups, especially women, youth, indigenous communities, as agents of change for the climate mitigation and adaptation is still widely untapped the world over. The economic empowerment of these groups, I believe, truly can foster economic growth and socio-ecological development. This international conference offers an opportunity to begin serious commitments towards our planet, I believe, and not only commitment in intention, but a very strong commitment in action. Now you may say, what's the big difference? This is yet another conference on sustainability. God knows how many of them had just taken place in the COP week. I would say the difference lies in what we do not only during the conference in these 3 days, but also after the conference. That we don't make it a one-time participation, but a lifelong, responsibility. That we hold ourselves, our own actions accountable, stand on our values of justice and equality that we truly believe in, empathy and compassion towards all living things and the planet, and enroll others in this arduous journey because we are by ourselves not be able to do it, and create partnerships and synergies that will enable and equip us for carrying forward the planet that is not only better, but better for all. And you may now ask how this is going to happen. I think the how of it will be explained to you by Anand Pedakar from SPROUTS. Anand, let me just give you a quick introduction to his very impressive, extensive career and professional life. Anand Pindarkar, he is a wildlife biologist, ecologist, author, tracker, activist, consultant, zoo educator, and alumnus of reputed Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. He founded Sprouts in 1995 as an ecotourism and consulting company, which for the last 25 years has been documenting and creating awareness about the immense biodiversity of Mumbai, its coastline, and the Western Ghats via Mumbai Biodiversity Project and the Northern Western Ghats Biodiversity Conservation Project. He has published immensely. This is just like the tip of the iceberg of his immense contribution to the development sector and the environmental advocacy work. He has also co-authored a book titled The Other Mahabaleshwar. And before I hand it over to Anand, I would like to thank all the participants who will be joining us today and the next 2 days via Zoom or on YouTube. Eminent speakers who are going to be here sharing their incredible knowledge with us, dignitaries who will share their visions with us, partners, Sprouts especially, and the entire team there, my colleagues at FES, Indian Sign Language interpreters who have so gracefully joined us these 3 days, the young brigade of volunteers who's making all this happen, literally working day in, day out on putting this conference together. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for having the faith in joining us, even after the series of conferences happening the world over, and also being the co-traveler in this journey of transformation. Thank you so much. I hand it over to Anand.
Thank you, Mandvi. It is my proud privilege and honor to welcome all of you. And after the stage that Mandvi has set, it seems like a very Herculean task for me to take this conference further ahead. So firstly, I would like to say, Mandvi, you painted a very, very gory and grim picture. So I think I'm going to take the other side of the spectrum and make it nice, sound very rosy and beautiful for all these creatures like my chameleon over here. I think that gives you an idea about what the conference is going to be like. There might be, the whole conference is set on a yin and yang format. There might be some dark stories to tell, and there are definitely some rosy or beautiful pictures that we are seeing that are coming up. And that is exactly the challenge, that if we are going to get bogged down by the difficulties that we are facing now because of climate change. We saw recently how cyclone after cyclone has been hitting India. We've had 4 cyclones in less than 1 year. And floods, people have never heard of the Nainital Lake flooding over and water passing through the township. Or we have seen in Madhya Pradesh, in Bihar, in Kashmir, the entire coastline has been ravaged multiple times by cyclonic winds. And if we don't prepare ourselves, and if we don't take a positive attitude towards this scenario of climate change, then sustaining not only our businesses and our industries is going to be difficult, but it is also going to be difficult to sustain our mental peace, our physical health, and our social structure. So it's important that we keep the faith, we keep hope within each other and empower each other with this program. We see that the fact of this empowerment is from all the partner organizations who have joined with us, all of you who've come over here at sharp at 9 o'clock and joined the conference. That itself is a sign that you are, dedicated to the idea of conservation and sustainability. To give you a little background about, the great initiatives that are there, we have fantastic innovation talks that Rahul will explain to you about and the kind of activities that we're going to have in the conference. But I'd like to say that I have been traveling throughout the country, some parts of South Asia, and a little bit of other parts of the world, and have had the great privilege to see some dedicated conservationists, social workers, humanists, political activists, as well as scientists who've been bringing the whole diversity of information together. Research is a very, very important and pivotal position in this aspect of bringing action. If any action is brought forward without proper research and study, then what might happen is that we might run into emotional discourses. We might get into polar discussion on the issue. And I think that is what is being seen in some of the discourses, whether it was at COP26, that while the political leaders were discussing and debating whether 2030 is got to be the deadline, or 2050 is got to be the deadline, or like in India, we've said that 2070 is going to be our deadline by which we will bring down our carbon emission. I think if you and we come together and decide that maybe at 2025, we will bring down the temperature to 1 degree Celsius. If the citizens decide that, then the governments might be able to achieve more than doing that. But if governments decide to impose, if it's a top-heavy decision, maybe the citizens might drag their feet. And that's where conferences like these and role of citizens and individuals come into play. That does not definitely mean that governance and policy and the political leaders and political parties are not going to take their responsibility. It does not mean that we take away the responsibility from the businesses and the industries who have to bring down their emissions, who have to innovate themselves and come up with alternative solutions, whether it is for construction, whether it is for energy, whether it is for our infrastructure and transportation, which are one of the heaviest polluters currently as we can see them. The other thing that one has to understand that there is a big difference between a forest ecosystem and a planted area like a Miyawaki or any of the urban plantations that we do or along the highways that we do. A forest ecosystem is a very diverse ecosystem which provides home to not only a whole variety of wild creatures from frogs and fishes and birds and insects, but they also give rise to rivers which provide to the agricultural systems. They also provide the entire carbon sequestration services that we require, what is called as ecological services or ecosystem services. They also provide the fodder and the building material and sometimes the fuel that is required by the rural communities. They are grazing grounds. They are places where medicine is discovered from. And also they are places where many of our traditional conservation systems like sacred groves, etc. are protected. So one has to realize that if we increase our forest cover, not just tree cover, then we are going to protect a lot of traditional systems. And communities is one of the main emphasis that we're going to have in this conference, how we can build different kinds of communities, communities of green innovators, communities of green businesses, community of green energy, proponents that are there, as well as a good diversity of social, ecological, and urban researchers. The plan is that we'll put all this information together and turn it into a climate action manual, a book which is a copyright-free book which all of us can use, whether it is for bringing about a major change in how we include this discourse in multiple regional languages. We have one of our partners, Adivasi Lives Matters, who talks about how Adivasi languages are not a part of the discourse. For example, when the pandemic happened, the material which was created in either English or many of the major state languages were not available and reachable to these communities in the rural and tribal areas. So bringing and using our traditional languages and tribal languages is also an important part, and taking the climate information to them, disseminating it through their languages. The other requirement is that we bring in material for deaf, mute, physically disabled. Most of the services and facilities which are available are only for able-bodied people, people driving large SUVs, and those who live in big cities. In the second tier, in the third tier of the country, we do not have these facilities and this information, put forward in a similar manner. Then all this information should trickle down into our curriculum, like in Japan and many other parts of the world, where safety, personal safety, as well as ecological safety is taught right from the childhood level in the schools. if we bring in ecological information and education, as well as sustainability and climate change based information in our curricula, it is taught as a life skill for the children. Similarly, if the information is translated, whether it is in an engineering college, whether it is in an architectural college, whether it is there in the medical schools, because even medical waste has got strong hazards on that. And one of the major roles that India is going to be playing, and what we're looking to the West to sponsor in their $100 million, contributions that they are talking about, would be in innovation. We have a whole heritage of 3,000 to 4,000 years of technology which we've been using, which is not electricity based. So there has been mobility in the past where people have gone for businesses from one part of the world to another part. So in such a case, we have to realize that there is a lot of innovation that one can create to bring about rural technology, ancestral technology into the modern sphere. Having said that, I must say that we need to write a lot more. Media has to play a very strong role in disseminating this information. The adult population that is there is very little, and whatever is shown is always very scary. There has to be positive stories being shown in common media. You have to highlight the hard work that is being done by so many social and ecological innovators, and even young generation of people. We see so many young environmentalists, students, 8 and 10-year-old students who have given up school and are now fighting for the environment. It is not their responsibility. It is the responsibility of we adults who should take up their role and bring up the discourse of conservation and climate change at the forefront. While we are at this juncture, I would request all of you to please take small steps. We had launched a small campaign on the 29th of October and which completed on the 10th of November, which was called Steps of Change Challenge. And one of the things that we did in that is ask people to walk or take steps to combat carbon emissions. And I'm so glad to tell you that more than 11 lakh steps have been taken by various members of the by all the participants voluntarily, and it's close to 1,000 kilometers of walking, which means we are walking all the way from Bombay to almost here to Delhi, which is a very, very fantastic task. So thank you so much for all of you who have voluntarily jumped into our effort of taking steps for change, and we will continue taking these steps for change through this conference and through the next few years also. Back to you, Pudin. Purnima Palekarji, can you continue, please? Okay, I would like to take this opportunity to invite my colleague and the conference coordinator, Rahul Palekar, to introduce the format of this conference and take the presentation.
Hi, sorry, just give us 1 minute. We are waiting for Preeti. Just give us 1 minute. Preeti has to switch. Preeti, are you there?
Recording.
Thank you. Yes. Please go ahead, Rahul. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and a very good morning to all. Welcome to the International Sustainability Conference. I am Rahul Palekar, the conference coordinator. and I welcome you all to this conference. I would like to give a brief introduction to the format of this conference. The conference will be held from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That is the 12th, 13th, and 14th of November. Over the conference, we will be having several events. I will give a brief overview of those events. There will be plenary speakers where the participants will be free to join the session, where an expert will give a talk about their particular field of expertise, and then the expert will field questions from the participants who want to know more about the session. We have also shared a Slack link where even after the session, questions can be asked, and we will try to forward them to the respective experts. The second type of session is an innovation talk where innovators from various fields who have excelled in the sphere of sustainability will showcase their innovations to the participants, and this session will serve to open the minds of people as to what can be possible in the field of sustainability. We will also be having workshops where participants can interact with experts and learn a different skill. And finally, we will be having Yin-Yang sessions, which will be collaborative sessions with experts and moderators, where a particular topic will be discussed from all aspects and the information combined and presented to the audience. This will be a very interactive session, and we are hoping this will be, and we are confident that this will be a very interactive conference as well. You are, as much as you are participants, you are also the heart and soul of the conference, and a lot of the content is going to come from you as well. So the purpose of this conference is to learn from each other. I would like to mention our collaborators whose help has made this possible. They are Awas Foundation, Fern, Siddhi Life, Adivasi Lives Matter, the Sustainability Platform Asia, and Digital Women. Also, I would like to point out that we have volunteers on board in this meeting, and they can be identified with the name volunteer, written with the tag volunteer written after their name. So in case any one of you is facing any issue, you could always get in touch with them. I would like to mention that these volunteers are not professional event organizers or professional event managers. They are majorly college students and other individuals who have dedicated their time and efforts to this cause because of a genuine interest in the work we are doing and the message we want to put to the world. In any case, if there are any glitches or if there is some issue, I would request all the participants to please be patient with the volunteers. They have worked very hard and they are really passionate about what they are doing. Finally, I would like to request everyone. Finally, I would like to request everyone to pass on the message, pass on details of the conference to the people you know, so that we have maximum collaboration over the next 3 days, and we make this a successful knowledge sharing event, which is the main purpose of any conference. So with that, I would like to hand over the stage to Mr. Anurag Shankar. A brief introduction to Mr. Anurag. He is an IT professional and an activist. He is currently working as program manager at Economy of Tomorrow at Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, India office. He likes to call himself a reformed management guy who saw the light before it was too late. After 8 years in the software industry, he decided he wanted to do something a bit more inspiring. So with that, I hand over the stage to Anurag ji.
Yeah, very warm welcome. Very good morning to everyone. My name is Anurag Shankar. I'm a program manager with Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, India office. And I would like to welcome all on this conference, International Sustainability Conference 2021.
I think he dropped out.
Yes, it seems Anurag ji has dropped out.
Let's wait a few seconds, he'll join.
Let's wait a few seconds. It seems that Anurag ji is facing a few issues with the internet connection. But meanwhile, I would like to show you all a small film.
This is not a drill. My name is Greta Thunberg. We are living in the beginning of a mass extinction. Our climate is breaking down. Children like me are giving up their education to protest. But we can still fix this. You can still fix this. To survive, we need to stop burning fossil fuels. But this alone will not be enough. Lots of solutions are talked about. But what about a solution that is right in front of us? I'll let my friend George explain.
There is a magic machine that sucks carbon out of the air, costs very little, and builds itself. It's called a tree. A tree is an example of a natural climate solution. Mangroves, peat bogs, jungles, marshes, seabeds, kelp forests, swamps, coral reefs, they take carbon out of the air and lock it away. Nature is a tool we can use to repair our broken climate. These natural climate solutions could make a massive difference.
Pretty cool, right?
But only if we also leave fossil fuels in the ground.
Here's the crazy part. Right now, we are ignoring them. We spend 1,000 times more on global fossil fuel subsidies than on natural-based solutions.
Natural climate solutions get just 2% of all the money used on tackling climate breakdown.
This is your money. It is your taxes and your savings.
Even more crazy, destroying it faster than ever.
Up to 200 species are going extinct every single day.
Much of the Arctic ice is gone. Most of our wild animals have gone. Much of our soil has gone.
So what should we do?
What should you do?
It's simple. We need to protect, restore, and fund. Protect. Tropical forests are being
I'm really sorry. Did I drop?
Yeah, Rahul, you were dropped in between. So you have to restart the movie.
Start the film.
from
Oh,
where-
all
Yeah.
right, all right. Yeah, sorry about that.
This is not a drill. My name is Greta Thunberg. We are living in the beginning of a mass extinction. Our climate is breaking down. Children like me are giving up their education to protest. But we can still fix this. You can still fix this. To survive, we need to stop burning fossil fuels. But this alone will not be enough. Lots of solutions are talked about. But what about a solution that is right in front of us? I'll let my friend George explain.
There is a magic sucks carbon out of the air, costs very little, and builds itself. It's called a tree. A tree is an example of seabeds, kelp forests, swamps, coral reefs. They take carbon out of the air and lock it away. Nature is a tool we can use to repair our broken climate. These natural climate solutions could make a massive difference.
Pretty cool, right?
But only if we also leave fossil fuels in the ground.
Here's the crazy part. Right now, we are ignoring them. We spend 1,000 times more on global fossil fuel subsidies than on natural-based solutions.
Natural climate solutions 2% of all the money used on tackling climate breakdown.
This is your money. It is your taxes and your savings.
Even more crazy, right now when we need nature the most, we're destroying it faster than ever.
Up to 200 species are going extinct every single day.
Much of the Arctic ice is gone. Most of our wild animals have gone. Much of our soil has gone.
So what should we do?
What should you do?
It's simple. We need to protect, restore, and fund. Protect. Tropical forests are being cut down at the rate of 30 football pitches a minute.
Where nature is doing something vital, we must protect it.
Restore. Much of our planet has been damaged.
But nature can regenerate, and we can help ecosystems bounce back.
Fund.
We need to stop funding things that destroy nature and pay for things that help it.
It is that simple. Protect, restore, fund.
This can happen everywhere. Many people have already begun using natural climate solutions. We need to do it on a massive scale.
You can be part of this.
Vote for people who defend nature.
Share this video. Talk about this.
All around the world, there are amazing movements fighting for nature. Join them.
Everything counts. What you do counts.
I hope at least the audio was audible.
Yes.
All right. But there were still video glitches, I presume.
Yeah,
All
there
right.
was some.
We have we have shared the link to the film in the Zoom chat. So it's a nice film. You can watch it or you can save chat. Now Anurag ji is back, and I would like to hand the stage to him.
Rahul,
Yes.
can you hear me? Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. There's something that's the issues are coming up.
Anurag ji, please go ahead. Okay.
Rahul, I'm having some little trouble. I'm joining from from mobile phones. Give me 5 minutes. So you continue. I will join in 5 minutes.
Sure.
Maybe I should take over.
Just
and
a second.
Rahul, maybe I should introduce Anurag Shankar ji. That will save some time.
Shankar ji has been introduced already.
It's been introduced.
Hello.
Yes.
I'd like to speak for a few moments.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll go on my hotspot. Upon an icebreaker, everybody can, for the next 5 minutes, type their.
We can hear you, Anand, and we can see you as well.
Rahul. Rahul.
Yes.
Yeah, please continue with something because I'm still having a trouble. It's keep kicking me out.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, just we shouldn't be silent. We shouldn't be silent.
Yes. All right. I would like to open the stage for everyone right now and have a little icebreaker session. So if people could raise their hands and introduce themselves, we would know the diversity that we have here with us in the conference. Or you could type out your introductions. We are looking forward to interacting with you. If anyone wants to speak, they please do raise your hands using the Zoom feature of raise hand. Yes, Prakhar, please go ahead.
I apologize for the name. It's a different name. I am Priyanka Keshri. I am a chartered accountant. I work with Axis Bank, and I'm really excited for this 3-day conference. I love nature and I love environment, and I'm looking forward to learning a lot of things from this 3-day conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priyanka ji, for joining us. We have several different kinds of workshops and plenaries and YinYang sessions, including some with involving green finance as well. And all fields are equally important in sustainability. If anyone doesn't want to introduce themselves on the call, do introduce yourselves on the chat. This is a networking session. Yes, Raj Kanoja.
Yeah, hello. Good morning, everyone. This is Raj Kanoja. I'm working with the Humsafar Trust. Humsafar Trust is a first organization in India who working for the LGBTIQ+, and we working for their health rights and educations and empowering purpose. So I am here because I also love the nature, because I think everyone love the nature, and I'm here to how we save our nature and how we belong to nature, and we here for the ideas. So there's a various ideas, and there's a lot of people who have the different ideas and perspectives. So I am here for learning that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Rajji. And I am sure we could learn a lot from you as well. This is a learning conference, and we will all bring our own set of experiences to the table and ensure that we all leave the conference intellectually richer than when we entered. Next, I would like to invite Sumaira ji. I'll just spotlight her if I can.
Hi everyone. So nice to be here. I'm so glad that you're having this wonderful conference, and I look forward to learning a lot from all of you. And I hope that we'll have a very interactive session where we'll be able to communicate and all of us will be able to participate. So I too would really like to know more about who's here. I don't see a button at the bottom for raising your hand, so I couldn't do it, and maybe some others can't do it either. But I would love to hear much more from all of them and from all the speakers and participants. So congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are also very keen to learn from you. And I'm sure participants will love interacting with you over the next 3 days. Next, I would like to invite Subhankar Ghosh to introduce himself.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Shubhankar Ghosh. Actually, I'm working as a project associate and CSR NIST. And actually, I have a degree in environmental sciences. So I'm very interested how this conference is going to pan out. And I'm keen on learning specifically the funding part of it, the innovations and the applications of innovations in real life and real life problem solutions of the entire aspect. So I'm happy about that. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. Anyone else? I would invite you to take the stage and introduce yourselves. Do raise your hand. All right. So I hope over the next few hours and days, we will interact even more with each other. Yes, Samuel.
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
Samuel.
Good evening, everyone. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. I am an advocate before, but now I am a marine researcher, and now I'm working in CMFRI, Central Marine Fishery Department, and I document marine species around India in East and West Coast as well. From last 4 years, I'm very much happy to join this meet and to learn many other things and climate change mostly. And thank you all for giving this a small opportunity.
Thank you, Samuel, and welcome to the conference. I would now like to hand over the stage to Anurag Shankarji. If he's ready. Anurag ji, can you hear me? Oh, all right. He seems to be a little occupied. Does anyone else want to go? Yes, Hitesh, please go ahead.
Hello all, good morning. I am Hitesh. I am studying my MSc in Wildlife and Management at Columbia University, and I will be volunteering for Sprouts FES.
I'm sorry, Hitesh, could you repeat that a little
Yes.
slowly? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm Hitesh. I'm pursuing my MSc in Wildlife and Management at Columbia University, and I will be volunteering for Sprouts FES for all the 3 days of the conference. So if anyone of you have any doubts, You can always reach out to us, and we'll be having volunteers in the tag, so you can reach out any of the volunteers and get your doubts clarified. Looking forward to meeting you all and learning from you all. Thank you.
Sorry, Hitesh, I'm so sorry for that. I missed out the name of your university. Could you repeat that, please?
It's Kuvempu University. KUVEMPU, Kuvempu.
Thank you.
New to this. Yeah, if anyone wants to take over.
Do raise your hands and introduce yourselves.
Can you also read out the introductions mentioned in the chat box?
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amrita. I've been associated with Sprouts for 6 years now, and I enjoy learning about nature and environment. I'm a volunteer with for the conference for the next 3 days, and looking forward to learning and learning from all the experts here, and also helping anyone out if they need or have any doubt during the conference.
Thank you, Amruta. Anurag ji, are you there? Or yes, Nalini?
Good morning, everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you
Am
are.
I audible? Yeah. My name is Nalini, and I'm a clinical psychology student at Christ University. I'm currently in Delhi, Ghaziabad, actually, and the environmental degradation that is looking me straight in the eye right now is very alarming, because the pollution here is devastatingly it's quite horrible, and I'm very keen to be attending this conference, and very excited to learn from all the experts present here. I have a very strong feeling that this is going to be an enriching feeling, so thank you so much. And I'm also a volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nalini. I would like to invite Anurag ji to take over the stage.
जयप्रताप सिंह आ गया।
Anurag ji? Am I audible? Anurag ji, I would invite you to take over the stage.
I think Anurag is having trouble with getting connected with the speaker.
All right.
Rahul, why don't you move to the next session then? Yeah.
Sure, sure. Just a minute. I'm having Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Uh,
you're audible.
yes. I would like to invite Mandviji to introduce Mr. Ulrich Stork, the director of FES-India office. Sorry, I would like to invite Mr. Anand Pendarkar.
Sorry about that. Good morning and a warm welcome to everybody again. And it's my privilege to introduce you to the country director of Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, Mr. Ulrich Stork. Ulrich has previously worked for FES in United Kingdom, Greece, Guinea, the West Balkans, Central America, and Morocco. He has studied economics and its philosophy and development policy in Frankfurt, Montpellier, Hamburg, and Germany. It's my privilege to welcome you, Ulrich, and thank you for hosting this conference with us. It's a pleasure to have you with us. So over to you, Ulrich.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. I hope I'm audible. And if not, someone would notify me. I hope the technicals are working in this session. What is somehow the official opening, if I understood that correctly. And I want to say some words before you can go into the workshop session and the real mutual learning. What you're all looking for is then starting. So I'm Ulrich Stork. I'm the new director of FES-India. I've just arrived and everything is new for me. I'm sure you are hearing me for the first time, but hopefully not for the last time. I'm with the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung already since 25 years, and I've been working mostly in the global south, in Africa, Latin America, but as well in Europe, in the UK, as it was already said, and other European countries. And now I'm arriving in India, and I'm very curious and looking forward to the work for the next years here. Because of my background, I'm also thinking that problems and challenges are globally, internationally connected, particularly when we talk about climate issues, and that problems and solutions can only be achieved through international cooperation. So this is why we are here, and my colleague Mandvi already introduced in some words the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, so I won't repeat that anymore. We are an international foundation. There are several, we are already existing since 1925, a very traditional organization, and we have offices in 120 countries all over the world, working together with our partners. And I think climate and ecological questions are part of our programs all over the world. So it is as well in India, obviously, and in the region of South Asia. Some words I want to say that our current development model, whether the developed world or the developing, still lacks in addressing the interlinkages between ecological and social problems with economic progress. Silo working culture has led to disjoint efforts with respect to urbanization, climate action plans, and energy transition. And over the years, this has resulted in a widening of the social and economic disparities. As most policies designed for this are linear in nature, they do not recognize the necessary interdependence of these problems, which result in a weak adoption of policies and efforts in this field. The vision of our social ecological transformation work in Asia, as well as in India, what is a part of this program, is to foster social progress, keeping in mind the limitations and capacities of the planet's resources. And for this, we strongly believe that a progressive and bold paradigm needs to be established. A paradigm what consists in a combination of the 3 E's: ecological sustainability, economic progress, and equity. For us at FES, climate justice is an important component of social justice, and we strive to work on the same through our intersectional work on national, regional, and the global level. FES and its partner employ multi-branched approaches to shape this transformation: climate justice, gender justice, phasing out of fossil fuels, socio-ecological, just transition, participatory policies and action, and international law. Moreover, international commitments such as SDGs, the currently debated Paris Agreement, and climate commitments provide the framework and the much needed opportunity. These instruments can be creatively used to bring environmental sustainability, urban stability, and equity back into the economic growth story. For this, we need to establish evidence-based interlinkages between issues such as air pollution, solid waste management, construction and urban water management, noise pollution, depleting biodiversity, livelihoods with climate change. A very crucial aspect of this is inclusion of actors who have economic and political capital, such as the industry, small businesses, entrepreneurs, municipal representatives, and urban middle-class consumers, along with local and subnational actors who can increase the uptake for an integrated social ecological transformation. Alongside efforts need to be made to increase the visibility of marginalized groups as informal sector workers, indigenous communities, women and other gender, as they are particularly and differentially impacted by ill-planned urbanization, non-participatory climate action plans, and market-driven energy transition policies. We hope that this 3-day International Sustainability Conference is a step into this direction. FES, our partner Sprouts, and all the experts, resource persons, eminent personalities, thought leaders, influencers, and young citizens from around the world have joined hands to realize this commitment. This conference provides a wide platform for deep and long-term engagement, multi-stakeholder dialogues, and exchange of synergies, what can be leveraged to creating mindset shifts, policy changes, address stakeholder-specific challenges, and present solutions for the same. The deliberations and discussions from this conference will add to the new paradigm, what was mentioned: low energy, climate friendly, resilient, and inclusive society for the future, and should bring India closer to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is what I had to say as a quick introduction, and I would like to now to introduce our keynote speaker for today. It's and I excuse myself already for my definitely wrong pronunciation of Indian names. This is something what I have to learn in the next weeks and month. So Sri Jayawardhan Sikh, I hope that's more or less correct, is a politician from the state of Madhya Pradesh, and he's currently a member of the Legislative Assembly in this state parliament from Rakho constituency. He's a member of the Indian National Congress Party and is currently the youngest member in the parliament of his state. He graduated from Columbia University School of International Public Affairs, where he did a master in public administration, in development practice, learning courses focused on sustainable development through an integrated model what covers areas such as food systems and agriculture, health and sanitation, infrastructure development, climate change, and energy issues that affect countries in the developing world. So just our subject of this conference. In the future, Sri Jayawardhan plans to work full-time in his home of Rakho, and he plans to use his experience to bring in research scholars and development practitioners from Columbia University and other world-renowned institutes to use global best practices in development back home. His plan to work primarily in education, health, women and children welfare programs, and the agricultural sector, especially so that farmers can benefit from moving up the value chain to gain better profit margins. He feels, so I was told, that the future lies in grooming the youth by giving them access to better quality education, technology, and skill development programs. Dear Sri Jayawardhan, I'm very happy that you are here, and welcome to this very important conference, and hand over the floor to you for your introductory speech. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's an honor to meet you all virtually, Mr. Ulrich Stock. Thank you for inviting me for the conference. And this is the first time I'm actually getting a chance to interact with, the FES, with Sprouts. And it's an honor that I'm seeing that even Mr. Bunkar Roy Saab is, part of this.
Sorry, sir, you are on mute.
Sorry, and now am I audible? So yes, thank you, Mr. Ulrich Stock, for the introduction, and you've done a very good job at the pronunciation. I see you probably have a lot of experience already with Indian names, and also I'm honored to speak in front of Mr. Bunkar Roy Saab. I'm a big fan, sir, and thank you to FES and to Sprouts for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of such a distinguished form of guests and panels. Just to give you a background, I'm an MLA for the second time from Madhya Pradesh. And I was a minister for 15 months when Kamal Nath ji was chief minister in the Congress government. Before becoming an MLA for the first time in 2013, I did my master's from Columbia, from SIPA, between 2011 and 13. And at that point of time, I got the privilege of working with professors such as Jeffrey Sachs, who at that time was special advisor to the UN Secretary General. Also, I got to work with Professor Joseph Stiglitz, who's a Nobel laureate. I got to work with Professor Jagdish Bhagwati, Arvind Panagaria ji, who were also at Columbia and at SIPA at that point of time. And, personally speaking, for me, if you look at Madhya Pradesh, the state from where I belong, which I represent, we by area have the largest forest cover in India today, if you look at any state in the country. And we also have the highest population of tribals. But in the last, I would say, 20, 30 years, we have seen this complex scenario where there has been this major conflict between, I would say, population growth and the growth of forests and the protection of forests within our entire state. Whether this is, you look at it from the point of view of even urban areas like Bhopal, Indore, Jabalpur, Gwalior, or you look at it from the point of view of small villages and hamlets which are surrounded by forests. And because, Madhya Pradesh is famous for some of its forests, you have the Kanha National Park, next to Jabalpur in Mandla, Balaghat. You have Pench Forest Reserve. We have Panna National Park, which is in Bundelkhand. We have Bandhavgarh National Park, which is next to Riva. Satpura, the entire range, is one of the largest forest covers anywhere in the country, which is a beautiful habitat, which converges into the Pachmari Hills. And all these areas are well protected. But at the same time, I think for any MLA, for any minister, for any government, the biggest challenge is to find policies and to frame policies in such a way where we are able to provide a sustained development for the population, for the tribals, as well as for the environment and for the forest. What we have seen in most areas of Madhya Pradesh in the last 20, 30 years, there has been heavy deforestation. And I feel the major reason for that is that we have not been able to educate the population, especially in the forests and the villages, as to how they can gain from afforestation. What happens is people look in forest areas as wood, as the only form of revenue generation for them. So in turn, what happens is there's heavy deforestation, there's illegal wood cutting and wood selling, because we've always viewed that in forest areas, people who live in the forest dwellers, they depend largely on forest wood for their livelihood. But at the same time, what is also important to understand, and this I understood even better when I was at Columbia, I did an internship with Embrapa, which is the government, agriculture government, the Brazilian government's agriculture department. And what they do there is they work in the Amazon with the people living in the forest. And there they educate the people, living in the Amazon as to how the forest is very essential for their livelihood. And what they focused out there in the Amazon region was how not the wood of the tree, but the fruits were more valuable to the tribes out there. And they used to have education programs where they would inculcate a behavior where the forest dwellers would be able to understand the value of the fruit of other parts of the tree and not the wood, therefore leading to less deforestation and more value for the tree. And I feel today in Madhya Pradesh, in India, and in our forest areas, there are many trees which have medicinal value, which have other forms of, can be forms of acid other than for their wood. And what's important today is to encourage people living in the forest, people from the tribal areas, to understand the value of this. And for that, we have to work at a much lower level, which includes at the panchayat level, at the block level, and to have people, NGOs, organizations such as FES, such as SPROUTS, where we can have your volunteers, your team coming, spending time in these areas and providing that information, as well as examples where people can actually understand the value of preserving their forests and the preserving of trees. So when I went to Brazil in 2012, we lived in the Amazon for 3 months. And there was this one species called the anaeroba tree, which was there in the Amazon. And the people there were encouraged, and the anaeroba tree had a lot of value in, the wood had value in making furniture and exporting across the entire world. But also the anaeroba fruit had a very high medicinal value in a number of cosmetics and as well as in other products. So we were there with the team of Embrapa, which is the government's agriculture arm. And we spent 3 months there researching on how the anaeroba fruit could be sourced locally, could be harvested by the people living in the Amazon, and then how they could get a proper market to actually get a sustainable livelihood for themselves. Therefore, reducing the cutting of the anaeroba tree and using the fruit more. Therefore, what would happen was they would preserve the trees at one end, and also at the other end be able to market the fruit, the produce, therefore gaining economically and also at the same time preserving the environment. So that is something which I don't feel we are doing in India yet. And I feel the government, whether it's at the central level or at the state level, must enact such policies, because you cannot ignore the needs of the people living in the forests, whether they are tribals, whether they are other castes. You must be able to explain to the people living in the forest as to how afforestation and the importance of planting trees, the importance of not cutting trees, and what other forms of value addition can they get. For example, in Madhya Pradesh, you have the Tendupatta Sangrahaks, people in the forest who collect Tendupatta. Then you have the commercial players in each division who buy the Tendupatta from the tribals. But that is only one step. If you are able to, go forward in the value chain, give them a better economic opportunity. Just collecting Tendupatta and selling it to a businessman is not enough value for a tribal economically. What we must look at is, okay, you're collecting Tendupatta, but how can the tribals gain from a forward linkage in the value chain? That is something which we must look at, as people who may be an MLA, maybe someone who's a volunteer, an organization, people who are working in civil society, people who are interested in preserving the forests in our region. Because, Madhya Pradesh has a lot of diversity. On one end, you have tribals towards Jhabu, Alirajpur side, who are the Bhils and Bilalas. Then you have the tribals in Mahakaushal, next to Jabalpur, in the entire area, which are the Gond Adivasis. Then you have, other towards my area of Guna, Rajgarh, and also of Gwalior, Shivpuri. We have the Seri Adivasis, who are even the more primitive tribes. So today, it's very important for all of us to find ways in which we can educate them about the importance of preserving the environment. Now, as a minister, when I was the minister for 15 months, I got the opportunity to work in the urban administration department. And I was hearing Mr. Ulrich Stock's, comments, where you spoke about, even in the urban areas, about how we must, preserve our environment. Because, in cities in India, there's not really much interest in making sure that we have sustainable development. And because the UN is focusing, it had the MDGs earlier, where we had the Millennium Development Goals, but now it's the SDGs. It's all about sustainability. And what I learned when I was the minister for 15 months in the urban department is that in Madhya Pradesh, for example, except for maybe Indore, Bhopal, which have 80% sewage coverage, the remaining 350 towns had 0% sewage coverage. So it's shocking to actually realize that not only in MP, but the entire country, except for barring maybe a Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, Chennai, the tier 2, tier 3 towns literally have 0% sewage coverage. And when I was the minister for urban, I realized that we had no sort of scheme or sort of plan to be able to invest that much of money for the infrastructure to have a proper sewage system across all our towns. To give an example, even if you are to have a sewage system in a town of 50,000 people, really around, and there's no such policy at the moment from the government which is focusing on this. So what I had done that time was I had invited the World Bank and the ADB, because these organizations are involved currently with states, with the center, in providing water supply schemes to certain cities, to certain urban areas, to certain villages. What I asked them to do was to bring the global best practices that are happening right now in the Western countries where there's 100% sewage coverage, and to bring that model to India. Because what I saw in MP when I was the minister was that there was no such policy and no such best practice for implementing sewage coverage for the entire town. And when we talk about environment preservation, we talk about global health. If today we are not being able to provide any town in India with adequate sewage coverage, that is a major failure and one of the biggest challenges which we face today, because those are the basic health necessities which every urban area must have. Maybe in a small village, you can do it in a more decentralized model where you have a fecal sludge policy. But in the bigger cities or bigger towns where, normally the town is very congested, you have a population of 30,000, 40,000 people living in a very small area, that's very important to have systems in place so that, there's no human waste lying in the open nalis, which is kind of what happens in India. So I feel at the moment, no thrust from the government at the national level, which is focusing on this. And this is where I feel we must think about looking. There's, of course, a lot of talk these days about green hydrogen, about increasing, usage of energy from solar panels, from wind energy, and reducing our thermal usage. But at the same time, these small other issues which I spoke about, whether it's to do with the forest and preserving our environment, and also to do with the sewage coverage in urban areas, I think those are some places which we must look at from now and plan for the next 25, 30 years for the country, especially in urban areas. Also, I feel that if Sprouts and Mr. Ulrich Stock and his team of FES are willing to come down to Madhya Pradesh to work with us, I'd be more than happy to show your volunteers around, because most people I assume who are listening in to this conversation, to this dialogue, are living in urban areas. And today, what we need is for people who are interested in policy, who are interested in subjects like environment preservation, sustainability. You all must come down to the ground and to the rural areas of India, of Madhya Pradesh, to the smaller towns, not the big towns like Bhopal or Indore, but to the smaller towns where you never heard about, where there's no airport, and to actually spend time there to understand the way people are thinking. Because today, in the small towns, there's not so much awareness about the importance of climate change, about the importance of sustainability, about the importance of making sure that there's not a very high amount of plastic use. So you have to be able to bring the best practices to the ground. Yes, as an MLA, I try and do my bit. But if we have thinkers like yourselves, people who have the experience at international level or national level, who have an education background where you have learned the best practices which could be implemented in our country, we must have people who are listening in today to this conference who are willing to come to smaller towns and work here, work with the people. When I was at Columbia, one of the biggest topics which we used to speak about was behavioral change, about being able to work with people in the small towns, in villages, and making them understand the value of sustainability, and to educate them, whether it's at the school level, at the college level, or even at the postgraduate level. Maybe they've done education. But even with adults, if you spend time with them, if you show them a viable economic alternative, if you show them how sustainability of the forest, of the environment, can bring a positive impact on their lives, things can change. So I feel this is are some areas which must be discussed and must be planned. And of course, these were some of the thoughts which I had in my mind. So Anandji, I hope I was able to provide some value to this conference. I'm very encouraged to see the participation, especially amongst, I can see a lot of young people here involved in this conference. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions if there are. But once again, a pleasure to speak to the entire, to all the distinguished guests who are listening in. And really, it's an honor to speak to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Javatanji. Mr. Kedarnath Rao Ghorpade has a question. Mr. Ghorpade has been a former Deputy Planning Commissioner of MMRDA, Mumbai. Mr. Ghorpade.
Good morning. Nice being invited to share my views, and thanks to the FES person and as well as the Honorable Minister, sir. It's been great, and in 40 years, what I learned being in urban planning and in the Mumbai metropolitan region, and being as part of the smart cities in MP, since the question was specific to MP, I did Jabalpur and Indore. So I have moved around MP quite a bit to understand the smaller towns also. Since you asked and you posed this way, I would put it that one of the biggest things when we did for a project in Amravati capital city was, are our cities water sensitive? The answer is a big no. The piped systems across, even in the smart cities, what we have been looking at, we don't have a straight solution. We don't know from where the water is coming, and we do not know where the water is being disposed. That is the first part of the story. The second part of the story comes is, if diamond cuts diamond, nature will give solutions through nature only, not technology. So we need to look at this part of the story. The third is, we have in India a Center for Science and Environment in Delhi, and they have been doing a lot of work on water sensitive cities, FECL, and also looking at different concepts. Recently, I attended one of these sessions and also participated actively in it. Are we water sensitive? The answer again is no. The fourth question comes as the development plan, which we all planners make for the cities as per the local Regional Town Planning Acts. We need to understand our entire focus is on creating the land into an asset and real estate. Can we leave or can we create a relationship between the land and the sustainability part of it based on water? But that's what the traditional towns have taught us. And you will find there are ponds, there are kund, and there are water bodies which is floating around in every city. We have filled them all. Chennai is a classic case. Karnataka and Bangalore is another classic case. Jabalpur, which had 53 lakes, I think is left with 38. It's another classic case. So if you look at all these things, let us take it forward. And I am willing to associate, I'm part of, been associated with Anand and also FES. I'm always willing to share whatever little gyan I have to share with you. Thank you, sir. Good listening to you, both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Javatanji, would you like to respond to some of the points he's raised?
No, absolutely. I totally agree with Kedarnath ji. I think what he has said is very important. And this was the point which I earlier mentioned, that what's happened is because we built our cities without really looking at anything to do with sewage or where the water in the city was going. So even though now we're working to every household, and it was done through earlier governments as well, through JNNURM, UID, SSMT, and other schemes, and Amrit now. But like what Mr. Kedarnath said, the issue is that we really don't know where the water is going after the usage. So what you have today in the country, in probably 95% of the cities and towns, is that you have the waters going into open nalas, and there's no sort of, okay, now we've started talking about STPs and WTPs for the treatment of wastewater. But at the same time, this is only there in, now in every state, you'll probably have it in 10, 15 cities, not the remaining 90% of the population. So I think it's a very good point which Sir has added. And, if we ever get a chance to work in the government soon, I'll take up Sir's, advice. And definitely, there could be something which we could do where we have a comprehensive plan for every urban town, where the study is done across the entire, to all the cities, to assess what through GIS and through mapping of where the current water is going, and then to understand how that can be treated, so that we can avoid the water pollution which exists today. I think that could be something which could be done definitely in the future. And whenever I do get a chance to work in the government, I'll look up Sir for sure. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Devadarji, with your permission, I'd like to request Bankar Roy ji, since he's with us, if he can, respond and give a few comments from his side as well. Is that okay? Mr. Bankar, yeah. Mr. Bankar Roy. Sir, Mr. Bankar Roy. I think he's on. Bankar Roy ji, if I can request you. So I had a question for you, Mr. Devadarji. I will come to Mr. Bankar Roy in a moment. We worked extensively in Madhya Pradesh, Satpura, and fantastic forests that are there, contiguous to Kanha and many of these other areas. So my question is that besides tourism, because tourism seems to be one of the very prime ways that one economizes, or rather monetizes on the resources without causing much damage to system. So according to you, what other ways can a green economy can be related with forest? You mentioned about Tendupata extraction and things, but what are the other possibilities that can bring in a good synergy between the forest conservation and the ecological services, as we say, for communities and smaller industries, especially to connect with the forest ecology?
I think that's a very good question, and I would go again back to the example of Brazil, where I saw that they had done extensive research on the medicinal value of certain trees, certain plants which existed. And today, our flora and fauna is so rich, and there's so much of potential there in our forest, but it's not been looked at commercially. To highlight one point which I noticed myself was when COVID was creating havoc across our entire urban areas. In my own constituency, I have around, I would say, a population of 15,000 tribals, the Bhil Bilalas, and not one got COVID. And there was not one person living in the forest who even had fever. And they were, and although in next to them, like you could say, 5 kilometers next to them was another bigger village. There we had nearly 30 deaths of COVID. But as you left the village, you came 2 kilometers, you walked, into the forest. There was not a single case of COVID. They were all healthy. They had no issues. There was not one case of that. And it could have been because of the lifestyle where, people live in the forest who work continuously and who, normally don't use that much of, maybe cars and bikes. Could have just been the environment around them, could have just been luck. But there are certain and lots of these examples of where there's so many different plants and trees in our forest today, which have a very high, usage in medicines and in other products. And I feel, like you said, it's a very good question, because today we don't look at Kana, Satpura, Bandhavgarh, Panna, Page beyond tourism. But I feel if we now, have some proper research done on the trees, on the flora and fauna, and to actually assess the different diverse species of trees and plants that we have, and what use can that be to the bigger cosmetic or to the bigger medicinal industry. There, I think, is one, area which has not been tapped yet, and where we could see a lot of potential in the future.
There's one question by, very interesting question by Neha Yadav. She says it's interesting. It's nice to hear from a political leader's inspiring speech. I wanted to know what sustainability means to you, and what are the things that you do from your side in your lifestyle to make a difference. Also, what are your views on COP26, India's new target of 2070?
I feel that as an MLA who's representing the people who I represent from Raghurgarh, for me, the biggest challenge today is that we have a very high population, but we have to make sure that high population is an asset and not a liability. And the biggest way to create, to make sure that the population is an asset, is through skilling, through education, through awareness. And what we are doing in my constituency right now is we are providing children from the age of 5 till the age of 17, till the age of 20, 25, different opportunities, through the quality of schooling, through skilling, whether in electrician, whether in in different in welding, in firefighting, in training of other jobs. We're training women in, for example, in sewing and stitching clothes, and giving them a market in the bigger towns, say in Bhopal or Indore. Creating women's self-help groups. So we are focusing on ways in which and will probably become doctors from a small town like from Raghurgarh. So for me, that was one of the biggest achievements that I have done till now, because it's a NGO which runs a school, and we tied up with this NGO called Avanti, which was started by a person from IIT Bombay and a Harvard Business School graduate, where they had IIT, NIT graduates who were teaching children from the class 8 onwards, and giving them training in IIT JEE. So we had this Avanti Education who tied up with us in Madhya Pradesh, and to see people from small towns and from a village to be able to clear the NEET exam and then become and get a degree in 4 years for MBBS and maybe an MD. That is what I feel is an achievement or positivity. And that's why I feel that today, if we are to look at the environment and to look at being able to tackle climate change, 2075 is, there's an old saying that in the long run we're all dead. So 2075 is too, I think, far a date. It should be looking at 2030, 2035, the next 10, 20 years, where we are able to provide a faster change. Today, because of climate change, the kind of changes you are seeing, you have a winter which lasts for 2 months in Delhi or in Madhya Pradesh. Starts in November now, it ends in first, second week of Feb. This wasn't the case when 30 years back. In every way, it's becoming a bigger challenge. So we must have far more comprehensive and far more bullish policies which look at preserving the environment than what we have today.
There is a very poignant question asked by Sumaira Abdulji, and I can corroborate that myself. I've been traveling in National Chambari Sanctuary as well as in Jamba, Ramgarh, and part of Sarista. Her question is that in Madhya Pradesh, there is rampant sand mining that is happening, and the sand is a very important, ecosystem for biodiversity. Whether it is the gharial, whether it is turtles, etc. So, how can one control illegal sand mining?
So that's again a very valid point, because in the last 10-15 years we have seen this case of heavy illegal mining, and I don't want to sound political, but when we were then government 15 years, for 15 months, till last year, March 2020, in our 15 months, we came up with a sand mining policy where, because see what happens if you don't have a policy, then it's all illegal, right? At the same time, people who live next to the river banks, people who live, in every town and every village, for construction, for other purposes, you need sand. And what was happening until then was it was just rampant illegal mining because there was no policy. So we came up with a policy where the tenders were done across the entire state in every district, which aimed at certain areas, which gave certain dedicated mines or areas which where there would be they would take out the sand. But at the same time, we also looked at the environment, the riverbed, extra layers of it come, and sometimes you need to do the dredging or to take some of it out to make sure that doesn't interrupt the river flow. So that was looked at during our time. But again, we didn't get the full 5 years to actually go through it. But what we need to arrest the illegal sand mining today is giving a lot more power to the people who are in the mining department, who can make sure that illegal mining is stopped, is that there's a higher punishment for people who are doing illegal mining. Because you'll see today one of the biggest assets of Madhya Pradesh is Narmada River. But the way illegal mining has happened in the Narmada, there are certain areas which I have seen myself where there's barely any river left. So this is something which needs to be looked at in a much more serious manner. So I have to just got a prior appointment. So
one last quick question from my side is that I know it's a political question, but if you come back in power, and we wish you do, what are your quick 2 or 3 vision points that you feel that this will be like the actions in terms of the climate change policy that one can bring about, or what we will bring about?
I think one, of course, will be a much more bullish, policy to reduce dependence on thermal power, and to look at. We already have some projects in hydro, but look at bigger projects in solar, wind. There is one big project coming up of green hydrogen in my own constituency, because we have the GAIL plant here. So it's probably going to start next year, is what we are looking at. I think one aspect is, of course, to look at green energy in a much more optimistic and a much larger scale than what we're looking at it today. The second would be to identify in each division, Madhya Pradesh, what are the trees and plants in the forest which have a value maybe other than through their wood. whether it's through some medicinal aspect, whether it's through some cosmetic aspect, whether it's through some other aspect, and to promote that in these areas. Because today you can't just say that, no, you live in the forest, but you can't touch the product. You can't touch the tree. Because at the end of the day, people living in the forest, even today, they depend on the forest for their livelihood. And to be able to provide them with a better opportunity than just collecting Tindu Patta should be one of our biggest objectives and our priorities. And this will require a comprehensive framework where you are able to identify such plants or such trees. You have to decide how that can be scaled up, because you need to have scale for any business venture, for any economic activity. And then how will you link that with the commercial aspect? One is the collection, one is the distribution, and comes the commercial aspect of it, the packaging and the collection, everything. So how can the stakeholders at the forest village level be linked to that is something which we will look at in the future, definitely. And the third, I think, which, because I myself was urban minister for 15 months, will be at looking at more sustainable townships. What Mr. Kedanaji had also mentioned is to be able to provide a framework and to provide an overall, policy where the current, pressure on townships, the pressure on cities that is happening has become too much and it's unsustainable. Is to be able to work on dispersal of towns, is to be able to have, you do have master plans, you do have town planning, but to be able to link that with the environment, to be able to link that with, where is the water going, where is the waste going at the moment? Because today, in today's India, in today's, urban Madhya Pradesh, we still have 90% or 95% of human waste which is flowing into open alleys across the entire town. So that, how that can be changed in the next 20, 30 years? How can we have the financing? Because, talking about it is one thing, but to be able to actually implement that, you need a large number of funds. I mean, it's, if I say even 10,000 crores, it may sound, still maybe a little bit less if you want to cover every town in India. Or in Madhya Pradesh, forget India. India, you need much more. But only for MP, you'll need much more money to have a proper sewage system in all the towns. So, these things can't be done immediately. You need to have a comprehensive framework for it. But we have to act now. We have to look at ways in which this can be done in an implementable manner, and to be able to bring in best practices. Because today I feel in some of the work that we need to get done in our urban areas, we don't yet know the best systems that are in place. Or if there are some examples in other states, in the country, where people have done a better job of looking at how to control sewage, how to negotiate, and how to get a good infrastructure in place, that could be taken in board. For example, Indore is famous for our work in keeping the city clean. Indore is the cleanest city in Madhya Pradesh. And when I became minister, we made a framework where we got the Indore model to be implemented in all the urban towns, where we had the NGO that had worked in Indore, where we had door-to-door collection of waste, which is now being done in other towns, and segregation of waste at the household. So these things we had started, and we have started in Madhya Pradesh, but we will hope that once we get a chance, that we will scale it up to every town in the state. Okay, thank you, sir. And thank you, everyone. I'll try and listen in even now, but I will have to, just excuse me if you can, so I can get back to my appointment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving us time. And I mean, you also stayed for longer than you had committed. So we are very thankful.
No.
I think we speak language.
It's an honor for me.
Yeah.
And I'll try and get some time with taking an appointment with Mr. Bankar Roy sometime. I really admire him, and I hope I can.
We do too. Yes.
Too. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank
you. It was a pleasure to listen to it.
I just wanted to say one last thing before you leave, Devanaji, that today is Dr. Salim Ali's birthday, 12th of November, and it was a fantastic ode to Dr. Salim Ali to be talking about forests and in Madhya Pradesh in this sustainability conference today. So thank you for that.
Congratulations, sir. Very happy birthday to you, sir.
Dr. Salimani.
Okay, I think that was a very interesting session also, because it's very inspiring to see a young politician, talk the same language as all of us, putting across, the points that we also usually brainstorm on, bringing scale, making sure that livelihoods are matching, they are not extractive and exploitative of the resources, but the aspirations of people, and also our aspiration towards the planet are, we find some match over there. I think it would be very interesting to hear and collaborate with such politicians more and more, because I think the future would be led by young ones, obviously, and we need such dynamic people in our in a multi-stakeholder setting, so that we all are working to create this vision of a better planet that I also talked about in the beginning. I think with that, we can close this inaugural session, and I will hand it over to Rahul to take us to the next session.
Thank you so much, Mandviji. Right now, we have workshops coming up. However, since we have been here for some time, I would like to announce a short 5-minute bio break. So participants can refresh themselves and join back, and we will, or they can stay back in if they want, and we will have the workshop soon in 5 minutes.
Rahul, this is Ashish. I have a question. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So these workshops, because they're running in parallel, right?
Yes, they are.
So how does that? Is it a breakout room, or I had asked that question. I didn't get a response on how will it be run?
It is a breakout room. However, since some participants have left for the bio break, I will explain it.
No, that's fine. Okay, all right. And
yeah, in 5 minutes, just so that everybody.
I have a presentation also to make. So will you be running it? Will I
authorities. And there was a huge citizen movement to actually, the citizens also were part of this movement. So then how can you direct the efforts in such a way that the data collected is all matching, and they have all similar data that can be then analyzed easily. So for that, there was a training session that I did on how to use this app. We were given existing location of wetlands. We were supposed to go on field and verify whether those locations were correct. We were supposed to also note down what other things that we noticed in that area. And all of this is possible using apps like Locus Maps. So here you can see these are the points that were given to us. And we could navigate using this app to those locations. This is an example of a wetland that I have in my city, Thane. So here you can see this is where my location was. It shows me the altitude at that location and some other information that is already fed into the app. And here, when I click on this point, I'll know where this point is located on all the information that is attached to it. And then I can also add my own observations as an attachment in the same app. Locus also creates another. There's another application called Locus GIS, which is a more advanced version of the same app. But you can also check it out. I have added the links to all of these, so you yourself can go back and read this. And Locus is also great for not only doing field work, but also doing things like finding lost phones. So you can check out this article that I had written when my phone got lost, and I used this application to actually go back and navigate back to the location where I thought I had lost it and got it back. The other thing that you can use for data input or data collection is remotely sensed data. And Google Earth Engine is an excellent tool for downloading satellite imagery. Here you have examples of how I have mosaic and I've downloaded satellite imagery for 2021 from the Sentinel satellites, which are the European Space Agency satellites. And all of this has been done using just a small code that I've created. On this side, you can see a clipped image of the land cover for 2021. This has again been derived. You can actually load this land cover using just these 4 lines of code that you see on the top. Just 4 lines of code, and you can move around the screen, and the land cover for that area will get uploaded. So again, this land cover is part of a global database that Google has uploaded onto its servers, and this interface allows us to download all of the data that's there on the Google servers and visualize it on our desktop. And all of this is possible without installing a single piece of software. All of this is done using a browser, preferably the Chrome browser. So you can just open up Chrome browser, make sure you have signed up for Google Earth Engine, and go to this code.googleearthengine.google.com, and you can start doing your remote sensing related work. So this is my go-to software currently for all kinds of remote sensing work. The next part after data collection, you have data analysis and interpretation. So now this is a very important part. And of course, many a times when you reach this point and you are in the middle of this analysis and interpretation, you realize probably your data collection is not complete, and you might have to revisit your data collection also sometimes. But data analysis and interpretation is extremely important. Again, there are several free tools that are available, like QGIS, Google Earth Engine, and of course, a lot of programming languages like R and Python have their own libraries that you can use for geospatial analysis. Here, I'm giving you an example of the work that I've done with wind farm companies. So generally, when you talk about wind farms, when you have to set up wind farms, it's a pretty tricky process. And in India, there is no EI required for setting up wind farms unless and until it is they are exempted from EI. They of course have to submit a EI document saying that this is a wind farm, Therefore, it is exempted from the AI. But if there are any forest areas, only then they have to say.
Sorry, Rohit, to interrupt. What is EI?
Oh, I'm so sorry. EI is basically environmental impact assessment. So sorry for that. So environmental impact assessments are generally done for all kinds of projects that happen. And now, when I talk about wind farm development or solar energy development, these EIs are are basically they are exempt. These kind of projects are exempted from EI. But however, the companies who actually set up these wind farms, they actually need to follow certain international rules and regulations. These are often companies that are based in the UK or in the European countries. So they have to follow the laws of those countries. And therefore, they ask to do these kind of surveys. So we start off giving them information about different kind of sensitive receptors. There's a long list of sensitive receptors that might be affected due to the wind farm or solar development that's to be done. And so we map those out over here. As a second step, we look at whether there are any sensitive receptors with respect to biodiversity. So are there a lot of water bodies in the area? Are there any protected areas? Are there any national parks? Are there any eco-sensitive zones in that area? All of this is checked. And right now we are just doing this as a desktop study using all secondary data. Once you have all the information, everything is then overlapped in any GIS software. You can overlap all these layers and see which are these sensitive receptors, and then you can take the locations of the wind turbines of that area, overlap, and see which turbines might risk the ecosystems or the biodiversity in that area. As a next step, once we know that there are some eco-sensitive locations, there are some important bird and say biodiversity areas, then we go on to the next step for which we move to the field. And again, we use apps like Locus to collect information on field, to collect location. For example, generally information about, say, bird distribution, bird population distribution is fairly easily available in most locations, but it's very difficult to find information on cryptic species and find information of bat species. Okay, so for that, then we go to the location, we find which are the habitats, what species are there, and based on the characteristics of the species, based on the behavior, we create these kind of maps, which maps the critical bird and bat areas. So you can see here, there are some grayed out areas, which are the critical bat areas. And here in the background, the colors represent the bird sensitive areas. So generally the areas which are having more habitats or having more diversity, or even having species that are, say, based on IUCN, they are endangered or critically vulnerable, etc. Okay, so there is a case study that we have put up. You can check out this, and there is also a lot of research being done using species distribution models to check for particular species. So there's a link to a paper that I've provided here. You can also check that out. So as I was talking about species distribution model, so this is a very important tool right now in our hands to look at the impacts that climate change might have on the distribution of species in the future, and also to look at, say, the distribution of species currently to the Earth's surface. These species distribution models basically make use of parameters like temperature, precipitation, topography, land cover, and they model the distribution of species along a particular landscape. So this is an example of, say, the distribution of the Nicobar megapod. Okay, and here you can see the red areas are where there's a high probability of the Nicobar megapod being found. How did I come about this? So the very first thing is you need to find the distribution or the occurrence data of the megapod. So I need to know the exact GPS locations of where the megapod was sighted, and then it doesn't need to be any timeline in this case. It can be across any period, and based on these locations, then the model is going to take over and create this kind of a map which shows the probability of where the megapod can be found. Now, how do I use this? So let me maybe if you check the news couple of months back, there was a talk of the tourism projects being proposed in these areas. So that's where this kind of information can be useful, because like I said, cryptic species or species that are very rare and endangered, you might not easily find information. So that's where these maps become useful. I can clearly show and overlap the locations of the projects, and I can see whether it's going to affect the habitat of the Nicobar megapod. Now, for this, I've used R package called Palace. Okay, you can find more information on that. And here, there's also great tools that have been introduced, like this biodiversity and climate change virtual.
I'm sorry, once again, Rohit, what was the tool which you said?
It's called Wallace, WALLACE. And then there are also certain tools available here. So this is a great, you can just check out the website. They provide all kinds of different algorithms. They provide all of the data in a single interface. You can just sign up with them and start doing your modeling. It's completely open source. You can download all the data that you upload, and you can download all the interpretation or the analysis that happens afterwards, and everything is done on the cloud. So none of the resources on your computer are being used here. So do check this out. And finally, the most important part is visualization. So how do you actually make people understand what needs to be done? Say you've collected the data, you've understood it yourself, but it's extremely important to make people understand, make policymakers understand. So in that case, the visualization, data visualization is an extremely important step. So again, the same tools like QGIS, Google Earth Engine, the packages in R and Python can be used for visualization. So here I've put an example of a map showing the land cover in the Bandipur Tiger Reserve. And this actually shows, along with the land cover, it actually shows the location of lantana camera. So you can see here, the red patches are actually the distribution of lantana camera based on remote sensing analysis and based on ground truthing survey that has been done. We are able to map where lantana has been spread.
Speak a little slowly.
I'm so sorry.
No, I'm sorry that I am unable to match up to what you're saying.
Rohit,
if you could just go back to that.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, you're beyond time, so you have to.
Yeah, just done. Just one slide left.
Yeah, thanks.
Right. So data visualization, like I said, is extremely important. This map shows the distribution of lantana camera, and this was done totally using remote sensing and using data that was collected on the field. Here is an example. I have used Google Earth Engine to create a land cover map for the entire Idukki district for 2021, and you can see the different classifications, the classes that are created. Now, visualization can be static and sometimes it can be dynamic. So here I'm using data that's available to us, the pollution data that's available. This is a map of Pune city, and these dots that are coming and going are basically the locations where pollution data has been recorded. And based on the air quality index categories, you can see this actually tells you the air quality index for that particular time at that particular location. Such kind of information can then help us, our policymakers, to even do traffic planning and say designing better junctions. Okay, so that's it from me. Hope this was good for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit. Just to explain to everyone that using GIS and documenting the changes that happen in a landscape are very important from a legal point of view, especially when matters are taken to court. If you don't have proper documentation of the past and the changes that are there, you cannot prove anything in a concrete manner. So this is a very important tool. Of course, planners use it to see the speed in which things change and then plan the future. Okay. So thank you, Rohit, so much. And innovation talks. We're keeping it short and rushing you a little, but thanks so much.
Sorry for crossing the time. Thanks a lot for having.
Yeah, Rahul, you can take ahead and introduce Bhavya. George, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Bhavya ma'am, are you there? I hope.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, great. Sorry for the. So, our next speaker here for Innovation Talks is Bhavya George. She is an additional program coordinator for biodiversity conservation at Keystone Foundation. She coordinates the Barefoot Ecology program in agroecology aspects. She has a master's in environmental management from Forest Research Institute, Dehradun. She completed the successful implementation of a unique project on conservation agreements with 200 families in the Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. This was supported by Conservation Stewardship Program, Washington, D.C. Barefoot ecology work is an approach towards inclusive conservation against the fortress conservation model. It speaks of the ways communities are involved in monitoring their natural resources in different ecosystems like forests, farms, and rivers. It also touches upon the journey beyond numbers and how it leads to conservation actions. So I would like to welcome Ms. Bhavya George.
Thanks, Rahul, for that introduction. And without taking much time, I'll share the screen. Hello?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay. Sorry, I think it's been raining really hard here and in the Nilgiris, and we have some internet issues in between. If some glitch comes, please pardon. So I'm just asking in advance. So moving on, I think what Rohit was, speaking a lot about the data. And when we say of data, it's again, most of the times it's the scientific community that involves in it. But when we go into the field and talking took its way, and it's more than 10 years now we have been working on this model, and we have like tried it out in different ecosystems. So when we say barefoot ecologists who have the traditional knowledge and they have been trained in observing and recording and also like analyzing data. And when we say analyzing, it's not to the level of really technology applications, but in a simple way, what they can analyze and go back to communities. And that is how we define them. And it's also to understand about long-term ecological monitoring. And again, it's all from the bottom-up approach. When we visit villages, talk to them about conservation. So a lot of observations they raise, and they say like what's happening with their forest around, what's happening with the rivers around, and what's happening in their farm. And those changes that they spoke, or like started becoming like an hypothesis, like a question to us, to go more deeper into it. And that's how we thought, why we have to do it, but it should be them who should be understanding more about the changes, and they should be more included, so that some inclusive approach can be taken up in the world of forest conservation, where actually they feel like forest is very much a space without people. So that's the concept, and that's a debate also going on in one sector of the world of conservation. And what are the main objectives? So one is like they will get trained, and they will be equipped in monitoring their own resource. It can be, again, as I told, Hindi mein bolte jal, jungle and zameen. So forest, agriculture, landscape and river. And also like it will enhance them or help them to design and implement a protocol for monitoring whatever changes that's happening, and also to manage the data. And that is from a longer perspective, where more collaborations can happen with the scientific community, as well as with the academics and with the institutions. And next is like to identify the indicators, like ecological indicators for this long-term monitoring, and which will integrate not just the science part of it, I mean like the modern science part of it, but it will also include a lot of about the traditional ecological knowledge. And they have like many indicators that they say. It can be about the rain, it can be about the wind that they say, or it can be also about presence of certain species, or it can be like for example mushrooms, which indicates the health of the soil, or like their forest. So this is the journey so far that Keystone Foundation has taken. Initially, we
Sorry, ma'am, your voice is not audible.
Hello. Okay, I'll start from here. Okay. So yeah, we started with the forest monitoring, which was mainly transacts and the interview with the elders of the village. And then again, like the forest monitoring was continued, but it's an area, I mean, like especially the protected areas where we work. And in that, Satyamangalam is also known for honey collection. And they collect honey from the cliffs, the tribal people there, like the Irulas. And it's kind of a conflict between the forest department and the people, because it's a tiger reserve, and they say like they don't have the rights to collect honey anymore or to go into the forest. And we thought like, why not create some evidence to advocate for their rights, and see like if they say that it is unsustainable, then yes, it has to be stopped. But if people are saying that it is sustainable, then it has to be continued, and they have all rights to take it up. And we did some forest monitoring, and the results I'll be showing in the coming slides. And then it was mainly the men who were like part of all these programs till 19. And then we felt there is real need to engage women into it. And whenever we used to like talk to the women about this forest transacts, somehow they were not interested. One is also the cultural barrier they have, where they do not want to go alone, recording all these datas inside the forest for a long time. And then we felt probably it's also time for us to change, the ecosystem itself. And that's where the agroecology aspects we thought is also important to notice, with all these climate change happening around, and they losing some of the crops because of sometimes drought, sometimes like rain. So now we have the women barefoot ecology team across Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, who are also observing their own lands, and they see into different aspects of it. And then with all these Kerala floods that emerged, which is also one of the area of work for Keystone Foundation, we felt people has to monitor something, what is happening with their rivers. And again, it's a different community there. They are Chola Nayakans, and now they follow up the river transacts, where they're also like trained digitally in handling cameras and GPS, and they collect some of the details around the river. And this is how like we are covering up like forest, farm, and then the river. So when we speak about the methodology, it includes both qualitative and quantitative. And then qualitative, it's mainly the interview of, it can be some memory triggers, and they also use some of the digital media tools, like it can be sound recording, or it can be video recording. And when it comes for quantitative, it's mainly the transact walks, where the transacts are decided by them, and we do help in deciding which path they have to like take, and observations. It can be point observation, or it can be like just an observation where they're working in the farm, or when they are doing their own livelihood works around the river or in the forest, what do they observe. So mainly when we say about the quantitative, it's the wildlife sightings that they see. It can be direct and indirect, and they also like see about the phenology of the trees in two protected areas, that is Mudumalai and Satyamangalam. They have like decided the tree species which they want to like observe, as well as in Nilambur. And in the river, they also like see the fish species, and they do a lot of this data documentation about the fishes present, or which was not there, and it's coming and going. And it's also the flood region and the landslide region. They also like take note the changes that's happening, in the riverbanks. So these are mainly kind of like the data sets that they take, and they're trained in that to observe these and take a note of it. And there is a set of sheets that they usually use to record the data. So this is what I was telling when I was telling about the honey collection, and how the forest department and people had kind of like a smaller conflict between themselves. And we did this through for 1 year with the use, they have like particular cliffs where they go and collect honey each season. And we took the control cliffs, and when it was control cliffs, it is also a sacred cliff, which they do not like use it. So they just like keep it more for their as a gene pool, or like to support the other honeybee population that's in the area. And this is, you can see the names here. So these are all the barefoot ecologists who collected these data by going with the honey harvesters. Few of them are themselves honey harvesters. And to explain it in short, so you can see the red part is the bee colonies which were harvested, and the blue part is which was left. So if in a cliff they have like 100 bee hives, so it's a norm that they don't collect everything, they just collect a bit. And you can, and the barefoot ecologist is to count the number of hives, and then how many of them were collected. And we can see the peak season is June, and then it goes to November, where the honey collection happens in a very higher level, and also August. And it's very evident here that there are many months where it is not collected, and in the months which are collected, the hives are left behind. So it's kind of like sustainable. And we also looked into the tools that they use for this, and most of them are traditional. They use the small knives, or it can be made of the wood. So those kind of like tools, it's not like machinery is being used to like chop off everything. So we use this data to convince forest department to give some sort of pass system, or some identity to the honey harvesters, so that they can go into the forest and do what they have done from years. Because it's also a kind of skill set. It's not just collection for money, or for food. but it involves a lot of skill set behind it, and also stories behind it, and a lot of traditions and knowledge systems. And if this is stopped, all that gets stopped. And that's how we pitched it, and somewhere it worked, thanks to the field director then of the Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve, who came to a public meeting and spoke to the honey harvesters, who were in hundreds in number, and got convinced and gave them the permission. And one is to advocate using the data that people are collecting themselves, and second one is to like take this data back to the community and see what they have to say about it. So one thing is like they used to share whatever they're collecting in the village meetings, and second is whenever these melas happen in the village. So it's a simple charts that are made by themselves with our help. We facilitate it. So you can see some of the phenology data. It is the animal sightings and where all it moves, or something like an inventory of the birds that have seen in an year. So these charts usually we put up during these melas, and whenever people come, they see it, and then they say, okay, these are the ones which are collected by our own village people, like two people who go into the forest. So then they start discussing it. Sometimes it's also a data validation to say like whatever has been collected by these two people, is it right, or is it requires any change? And when we say that barefoot ecology program, it's also not just numbers or data. It goes back to a lot of other things like their stewardship in conservation. So few of them are interested in raising nurseries of the endemic species, so they're doing it. Few of them are very good with seed, and we have like a seed keepers group, and we have a village elder who teaches these traditional things to the kids. And some of the youths are very much involved with school programs, and they speak about this nature observations that they have made. And to conclude with, I think the barefoot ecology program is to link communities and conservation through kind of like a registry of biodiversity, but it's beyond the people's biodiversity registration program that's NBA is also running. So one is like it helps to go beyond this victimization scenario that's usually is there in our, like world of conservation. And it helps in acknowledging their knowledge and their knowledge systems that is linked so much with the nature or the natural resource they are using and they are living around. And it's also the participation for the inclusiveness. And somewhere like when we say conservation, especially in the protected areas, communities are kept outside, but it is very important to keep them as a central in the central role. And somewhere it also gives them a local ownership of their knowledge and of their own resource if something is going wrong, to set it right. And finally, through all this empowerment, it helps in community-based ecological monitoring, and that will lead to the stewardship of their own natural resource. Yeah. So with this, I end. We have a lot of links and documents that I'll be sharing probably in the Slack, platform, or I'll share it with Mr. Anand. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavya. That was very inspiring, and it's great to see that communities can themselves, come up and collect such fantastic data, and that Keystone Foundation is playing a very important role in, helping communities conserve their own resource. I think it connects very well with what Mr. Jayavardhan talked about, tribals and forests remaining connected to understand how ecology and economy can be combined together. So thank you so much. And yeah, we know that, from the hills and the rain conditions that are there, it must have been very tough. So thank you for that. I have a small announcement. Mr. Wangla Bhutia has sent his regrets for today. Actually, he was called in at the Chief Minister's office for some community-related work. So we will have his session on Sunday. And the good news is that we are immediately breaking for lunch. Yeah, so see you at 2 o'clock. And we will start with our first breakout sessions today at 2 o'clock sharp. So see you back on the same ID and password, and have a good lunch. Thank you.
largest generator of e-waste, which is following China. So e-waste is very different from other kinds of waste. And in fact, it falls into the hazardous waste category. So why it's hazardous is basically, firstly, it has health hazards, which means hazard if you have direct contact with it, and B, if you inhale toxic fumes that come from it, or if you have any sort of contact with it, including, say, if the chemicals seep into the ground or into the soil or into the water. So it's hazardous in those ways. And this is because there are many chemicals involved in the making of electronics, as we know. So to give you some examples, cadmium, which is found in printers and toners, this chemical causes bone cancer and bone related infections. Mercury or lead, which is in batteries, causes brain damage in children, and children are particularly vulnerable to these kinds of chemicals. And I will come to children later as well. So then dealing with e-waste is very different from dealing with any kind of solid waste, which you can say even send to a landfill, or it's not as simple as sending it to a landfill, basically. So there is a specialized treatment around it. Now, in terms of, and because I'm talking, say, specifically in context of India, there are laws, and there were certain rules that came in 2008. There was the hazardous waste management rule that came and was updated around 2016. And so there are laws in place which discuss, albeit not in a very great manner, but still discuss managing and handling of e-waste. But a recent CAG report found that 75% states in India have failed to implement the rules. Why, again, this is important is because there is a whole informal sector around managing, or when I say managing, it means both the disposal as well as the recycling of e-waste. About 95% of the e-waste in India, for instance, is managed by the informal sector. And as we know that informal sector is not, say, under the purview, or it's not in the purview, but it also does not have the benefits or the equipment or the necessary material. I won't say skills because I'll come to that later again, but the material or the formal procedures that come with being involved in dealing with e-waste from a formal economy, from formal sector standpoint. So again, that's one thing. The other part that I want to talk about is how so Chintan, our organization, for one, has been, since 2006, we have been working with e-waste. I thought I would talk about some of the initiatives we've taken, because we have from the beginning been involved in the debate or the discussion around e-waste, which is, for a long time, e-waste was, we would say that, and it still happens, it's still very much a part of this whole process. We say that a lot of illegal dumping happens from the west. So there's a lot of flow from the west to the east, mostly because apparently the west does not have the equipment, or they don't have the labor which is willing to work with e-waste. So there's a lot of west to east direction dumping of e-waste. So those may be computers, and especially computers and other kinds of cooling electronics are dumped in India. So, but that's one bit of it. But now India itself has been generating, as I said, it's the second largest generator now of e-waste. So it's no more, it is very much a international transfer problem, but it's also a domestic problem now. So, so since 2006, Chintan has been a e-waste collection center with the DPCC, that's the Delhi Pollution Control Committee. So what we do is we we are involved in collecting e-waste that is generated. We work with it. We recycle that waste, and again, when I come to recycling, that's its own. It's quite a hazardous process in itself. So we are now involved in that. But when I talk about recycling, now what happens is recycling is a big part of how this waste is managed. And so, for instance, if you want to take out gold from or even copper from, say, a metallic or a e-waste substance, you use cyanide, which is, as we know, is one of the most dangerous elements around. So, and it's not used by the formal sector, and it's used mostly by the informal sector. So there are certain so the linkage of poverty and hazardous work comes in here, because it's easy to say that why then don't use cyanide for this work, but well, they don't have an option. These are people. This is a whole cycle of poverty. It's a way for people to come out of poverty, get to earn that money, be involved. Even the material that is illegally dumped, they will take it up because, well, it's a way to generate income. So there's this whole informal formal divide, where the formal sectors will be like, okay, the informal sector is not skilled, whereas our research has found that they're highly skilled people, but they don't have the formal procedures around it. So that's one thing. Then I want to bring in the aspect of children, because even though child labor in India is banned, we have found that a lot of e-waste workers involve children from the age of 11 to 16 in e-waste work. And this is, again, for the children as well, this is a way to earn income for their families. So bearing all this in mind, what we do is, of course, we're an e-waste collection center, but and we work with e-waste, but our effort has been to train waste pickers and waste recyclers and e-waste pickers and e-waste recyclers in a way that their jobs, where they earn money from e-waste, is not, the income is not lost, but we train them in a way that they can make their jobs greener, reduce the hazard that it creates for them, and also reduce the pollution that is generated. Because again, e-waste is also connected to pollution and climate, and pollution, as we know, is connected to climate change. So it's all it seems micro, but it's connected to the whole macro element of climate change as well. So that's one of our works. We are involved in training e-waste workers, recyclers, raising awareness around the hazards, telling them simple ways in which they can deal with the waste in a way that it does not impact their health. The other work is to ensure that there are no children involved in the process. What we try to do is we run a program where we try to get children working in the waste sector to we try to get them out, put them in schools, and focus on getting them educated. So that's one of our biggest initiatives and missions at Chintan as well. So getting children out of the process. So that's something we do. And then we also believe that for us, the informal sector is central. And we believe that we try to find ways in which the informal sector and the formal sector can sort of collaborate. We try to talk to bulk generators. We try to partner with them so that our informal sector can get associated with them and get their fair share from working with, as you know, with e-waste, but also in safer ways and in a way that we can mainstream them and streamline them in a way that they get their fair share. So these are some of the things that we are involved in at Chintan, and these are some of the challenges or the observations that we've had in our experience with working with e-waste. So I'm going to stop there. I mean, if there are any questions, I could, or if there are questions later, I could take them then.
What we can do is, if Sumairaji is there. Yeah, Rahul is having some internet issues, so I'll take over from here. So if there are questions, we can take them now, or we can finish both and then we can take questions together. Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah. So. Sumairaji, over to you. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes. Ma'am, I request you to unmute yourself.
Please try, ma'am. Now you can unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So hi everyone, I'm so happy to be here and thank you for inviting me, Anand, Sprouts, FES, all of you, and for being here. May I please share my screen? So I'd like to make a quick presentation if I may. Can I share my screen? Can you allow me to share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
If you're the host, you can share your screen.
I don't think I am. Actually.
She is, you can just directly go and click on share screen. It should work.
Can you see?
You'll have to maximize it.
Yeah, I'll do that. But can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm going to talk to you about noise pollution. We talked a bit about urban issues in one of the breakout groups, but this is specifically about one of the most serious issues that faces pollutants that faces Indian cities in particular, but which we don't know much about. So noise pollution, what is noise pollution and why should we care? So this year, for the very first time, the World Health Organization organized a World Hearing Day. And they talked of many things, but among other things, they talked about hearing, the need to have hearing checks at birth, just like you have eye checks at birth. And they talked also about their app, which is a free download, where anybody can check their own hearing and discover whether noise pollution has impacted your hearing living in a noisy city or not. The World Health Organization also let us have this data, which you can see that of all the countries in the world, the section around India is the darkest red. And it's the darkest red because it has the highest numbers of hearing disabled people. And that's because of noise pollution. You can see that 430 million people globally require rehabilitation services for hearing loss, and the number is only going to increase. At that time, Union Health Minister, Dr. Harshvardhan, was presiding over this meeting, and he said, India faces an impending mountain of hearing loss. And this mountain of hearing loss comes about for a reason. It's not that at random Indians face hearing loss. They face hearing loss because we are exposed to those things which create hearing loss. I spoke about preventive disability. So this is prevention of disability. What is noise pollution and why is it such a serious issue? I think this is something we need to understand first. And to understand that, we need to come to know what are the decibel levels in our city and what are safe limits. This is the decibel level 123.2 at a festival in Mumbai, at a street festival. The World Health Organization tells us that if you cross 125, you can have hearing loss in seconds. And 123.2 is just about pushing that boundary. This is using loudspeakers. There are other types of noise in Mumbai which actually do cross that boundary, but we'll come to that. So why did I take up noise pollution? I can't say there was a reason, but then when I started talking to people, we've also talked about how people's input is so important. So when I started talking to people, I discovered how much they were impacted. And so it's been nearly 20 years that I've tried to take up and help reduce noise pollution in Mumbai and in India. So why is it that 123 dB impacts us? It's not just hearing. Noise pollution is a serious health hazard, and India is one of the noisiest countries in the world. So we need to get well soon, Mumbai. But as I said, it's not just hearing. Noise pollution affects many aspects of our day-to-day lives, and mental health is very important among them. The most invisible cause of stress, heart attack, and blood pressure, that's noise pollution. It causes irritation, we think, but actually it goes a little bit beyond irritation, because consultant psychiatrist Dr. Amit Desai says that noise pollution affects mental health. It creates feelings of frustration, irritation, and rage. And that's because adrenaline levels increase with noise exposure, and short, sudden blasts of noise create spikes in the bloodstream. Continuous exposure alters biochemistry of the brain and gives rise to stress responses. So no wonder people living in noisy cities like Mumbai, where they can't sleep, are very, very stressed. So we see it in the road rage that surrounds us, in the fights that break out in trains. But that's not all. Honking that horn is hurting your heart because it increases your blood pressure. And consultant cardiologist Dr. Altaf Patel says that it causes increase in stress hormones again, which increases blood pressure and has adverse effects on the internal lining of the heart arteries, straining the heart. Heart attacks can occur from exposure to sudden loud noise. And although that's what they've said formally, there are other doctors who tell us that because noise is a vibration, it affects every single organ of your body and can also cause cancer. So what are the sources of noise? Vehicular traffic around hospitals. These are the decibel levels. I measured noise in Mumbai and in London and compared them some years ago. I found that the lowest noise levels around a hospital in Mumbai was higher than the highest noise levels around a hospital in London. And that's because it's not only festivals, but it's traffic, which is the most serious long-term source of noise, and honking. Silent zones are supposed to be areas which surround our hospitals, educational institutes, courts, and religious places. And the reason for this is that these are the areas which require silence so that people can perform well in whatever state they are in, whether it's because of health or because they need to learn or because they need to pray or whatever else it may be. So traffic is the first of these. When I started working on noise, I started with two things. One was court, because we have something called public interest litigation in India, which allows us ordinary people to intervene and get court orders to control things. But then there was a question also after getting the court order of implementation, because implementation is always the problem. So how do you implement? The first is that you need data. There was no data at all on noise pollution when I started in 2002 and 2003. So you gather data, and this is kind of gathering data about traffic. So traffic is not only road traffic, it's also railways. So the honking from roads, the honking from railways, the announcements on railway platforms, the noise inside the railway carriage, which people are exposed to for a long period of time. Aviation, there were proposals to set up helipads on building rooftops, which we went to court and got them stopped because we measured noise around existing helipads and airports, and the people who lived there really, really suffered. The court agreed and the ministry agreed that it was not necessary to have more. Construction, the construction of the metro railway line is something where people complained repeatedly because it went on all night. It was at extremely high decibel levels. You can see 110 decibel levels from construction. Firecrackers, I spoke of the noise levels which exceed even 125. When we started measuring firecrackers with the Pollution Control Board, which we are doing here in this picture, 100% of firecrackers violated maximum permissible decibel levels, which are 125. They went up even to 140. With doing tests every year since 2004, the decibel levels have gone down of the way the crackers are manufactured themselves. It's not yet enough, but at least it's a change. Festivals, festivals of all types, and birthday parties and cricket matches and every other kind of celebration gives you these very, very high decibels. But what's the law? What are we actually allowed to be exposed to? The Indian law is based on the World Health Organization recommendations, which say that you can see how low the levels are. In a residential area in the daytime, they should not exceed 55 dB. And that's the level beyond which the health effects start catching up with us. But from traffic in Mumbai, it's hardly ever under 80 dB or 85 dB. And you can see that to be heard over and above that, all other types of noise are much more. So what do? You need to, we talk again of stakeholders. You need to involve all stakeholders. But the very first starting point of the stakeholders is we, us. So it's people who generated the noise. And it's we who did the tests to tell the enforcement authorities that they themselves were suffering. They're not just the enforcement authorities, but them who stand on the road and direct traffic. In this test that we did of Mumbai Traffic Police, a random sample, we found more than 70% of traffic constables on the road had disabling hearing loss, which is a serious, serious issue for them, if not for us. And this is last month, when I conducted a training program for Mumbai police constables to explain to them and teach them why they should be taking action against noise. It's not just because it's a textbook law, but because it's creating serious health problems for themselves and for others. Education across all types of colleges, schools, underprivileged children, everyone needs to know what is noise. And it's because of the children teaching their parents that Mumbai was the only city in the country where firecracker use actually, the noise levels were within very low levels and have been reducing since 2016. We also tested hearing of these children at the BDD Chawl. We found that the children were very, very receptive to hearing why they should teach their parents that they don't want to hear noise. And that's children are some of the most immediately affected. So you also need other stakeholders, the enforcement authorities, the police. This is the Commissioner of Police. We released the horn flu with them. And of course, to win the battle, one has to be neutral. You can't take sides. Noise pollution is a health issue. It's a civic issue. All our bodies are the same. Wherever we come from, and each of us needs to start with ourselves if we need to control an issue like this. It's not a question of pehle aap, it's a question of pehle main. So noise from traffic during lockdown was a very good chance for us to figure out what kind of noise levels we do have and what we should have. So pre-lockdown, there were 105 upwards from traffic. The lowest noise levels in the early lockdown period went immediately down to 52.4, which you can see what a great difference. And then now the measures have been starting to go up again, and you can see that they're slowly going up. In fact, I'm saying yesterday in this slide, but I think this yesterday was a little time ago, and actually now it's back up to 105. So what else can you do? You create awareness with the authorities. We did the first No Horn Day in 2008 with the Mumbai Traffic Police. This is something I presented to them in appreciation. Many No Horn Days have been held. We talked of the role of the media, who have played a huge role in reaching out to people and explaining to them why they should not make noise. This is a 3-month campaign we did with the Times of India on no honking. We had some of the first conferences on noise pollution, which was attended by the Director General of Police and senior government officers, which led them to do many things. We joined hands with the Indian Medical Association so that the doctors could take up these kind of tests that we did initially, and they've done them all across the country now. And, a consultant doctor telling you about noise pollution makes a huge difference. Urban planning, noise barriers were put up after it became clear that people was really suffering from noise. And we found that they did make a huge difference in, the development control rules were amended to have noise barriers across all new flyovers. People's participation, people ask me, aren't you afraid to go out and take readings? But you can see everybody is concerned about their own health. They want to take care of their own health. The government of Maharashtra declared no honking year in 2018. And this is a campaign we did called Horn Vrat, where everyone took oaths not to honk. Again, Horn flew with a different commissioner of police. Children, senior citizens, gods are against noise. Every religion tells us that we need to attain nirvana or moksha or shanti or whatever else you may want to call it. No religion tells us that we need to make noise. And this is true of all. All religions prescribe peace. And so people getting involved, giving them a tool, giving them something they can do. This is a free download on your phone. You can measure noise levels. You can complain to the police on Twitter. In fact, people's participation has made the police set up their systems. Was it easy? No, it wasn't easy. But it's our difficult challenges which are most rewarding, and they can be done. Mumbai was the only city in which noise during the entire festival season actually has been reducing year after year. Despite not having complete bans on firecrackers, cities which did have these bans could not achieve what Mumbai did. And this is a poster that the Mumbai police put up. Thank you, Mumbaikars, for choosing diyas over crackers. It's time for action. All awareness is great. I'm glad the police are doing the awareness campaigns. I'm glad citizens are participating. We need action against honking, against every type of noise, and we all need to have that action enforcement. We need to do this together. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sumaira ji, for such a lovely talk. I'm sure the participants must have enjoyed it as well. I apologize, I blinked out for a few seconds earlier. For those, some of you must have interacted with Sumaira ma'am during the YinYang sessions, but for those who did not, I would like to introduce her to you all. Sumaira Abdul Ali is a multi-award winning environmentalist who is especially known for her work against noise pollution, a serious but under-recognized health hazard and environmental pollutant in Mumbai, one of the noisiest cities in the world. And her work in against illegal sand mining, another under-recognized environment crisis, which aggravates the effects of climate change. Over 2 decades, she has brought these and other lesser-known environmental issues to public awareness through strategies including public interest litigation, awareness, advocacy, primary data generation. Noise pollution is a lesser-known but serious health hazard and environmental pollutant, which law enforcement agencies typically do not take seriously. Mumbai, which is one of the noisiest cities in the world, has led the citizen-driven anti-noise pollution movement in India. Lessons learned may be shared to make ground-level change, not only in India, but all over the world, where noise remains an unaddressed health and environmental hazard. With this, I would like to open the floor for questions.
I would like to take it up from here and moderate the question answer session. Thank you, Rahul. As a part of the extension of the introduction of Sumaira Abdul Ali, I would like to add 2 bits of more information. One, that we've been a long-term associate with Awaz Foundation and have been a part of the Awaz Band campaign and several other ideation and processes. But today is 12th of November, as I mentioned earlier, and one cannot forget to mention Dr. Salim Ali, who is the great birdman of India, and it is his birth anniversary today. So, and Sumaira Abdul Ali is his from his family, and her her father-in-law, Humayun Abdul Ali, who was sort of the mentor and trainer of Dr. Salim Ali, has formulated some of the most foremost laws in this country for wildlife conservation, whether it is Sanjay Gandhi National Park Formation or BNHS, the Bombay Natural History Society. He was really instrumental in giving it global acclaim with his research work. So, and Sumaira Abdul Ali's mother is probably one of the foremost lady pilots of India. So she comes from a long line of people who've been influential and have done great work to this, for this country. So thank you, Sumaira, on that. I have a question here. Yeah. Sorry.
Thanks, Anand. Thank you.
No, I think we need to have positive role models in all genders, in all parts of society. And this is one of the ideas that this conference is about, that everybody's voice and everybody's opinion is very important, and even a single person can bring about a big change, and you are sort of the beacon of that sign in that manner. So yeah, if I'll take the first question, which is from Purnima Palekar, that is to the first speaker.
Yes.
Yeah. So her question was regarding e-waste. What happens to the waste that is not recyclable and has to be disposed of? Do you neutralize the threat it poses to the soil, environment, etc., or maybe do you wash the cyanide that is used?
I am actually facing, I don't think I could hear it. So I'm just going to, just 1 second.
The basic
I'm
question
just
is
going to read the
with
question myself, and I'm going to...
Non-recyclable waste, which has hazardous materials like cyanide. How do you handle them?
All right, got it. Okay, now I read the question. So I think, do we have 2 minutes for this question? Because I'm just going to, I'm going to ask our trainer to answer this, because she'll be the best to answer this question. I'll answer it last. Maybe if there are more questions for Ms. Abdul Ali, then we could come to this. Or if there are more e-waste questions till then, I could answer them. This is a little technical, so I'm just going to ask our trainer to do it.
Would she be doing it right away? We can take her right away on.
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
regarding e-waste?
Yeah, Priyanka, go ahead.
Yeah, so what we see is every 1 year or 2 year, our smartphones are going redundant and they become slow. And I see the companies promoting this kind of practices, because after 2 years, your iPhone doesn't get updated, or you have to pay more money for it. How can we stop or cope with this kind of unhealthy practices?
So to be clear, you want to know about the unhealthy practices around. So there's this term called purposeful obsolescence, which is very much connected to consumption. So it says that, for example, if there are iPhones and smartphones, so if you see people are buying iPhone one after another, and there is a new model every time. So so the answer lies in a linear versus a circular economy model. So, for example, the way we consume now, there are say, for example, the corporates benefit out of us having to buy again and again from them. And with that comes a culture of consumption that is sort of saying that if you consume more, if you buy more, and I think it applies to almost all kinds of consumptions, that is, all kinds of things that we consume, that if you buy more, I mean, it's supported. I'm not going to take political stance, but it's the backbone of a capitalist framework that you consume more and more. And so connecting it to that, so the whole idea of a repair economy is something that is, again, a very much an informal sector thing. Repair economy is not as much a formalized procedure at all. So it becomes about what we want to mainstream and how we mainstream these ideas of repair economies or consumption that is more towards repair and circular economies, and using the waste and reusing the waste and using items for a longer period of time. Does that answer your question? I think that's what I got out of your question.
Yeah, it's insightful. My concern is more towards like my phone is, if an Android phone is becoming slower after 2 years. I don't know. I'm not sure if it is made that way so that the person buys another phone after 2 years. We get that thing to change our phone after 2 years. It's not working well.
Yeah.
So is it designed that way, or it could be repaired, or we can give it to some other person who might not need those features and just the basic features and all?
Absolutely. So again, definitely, as I said, yes.
Yeah, I think there is a second question which can combine with this and we can answer it together.
Okay.
So I think, and I would like to also pose it to Sumaira on this. One is about the new age of the green vehicles which is coming. So when we're talking of the battery into waste, into the consideration, as well as the other aspects of it, how green are really these vehicles that we're talking about? So with the e-waste, there's a question which is related to green vehicles also. So either of you all can take it up about that aspect. You're on mute. You're on mute.
If you'd like me to talk about green vehicles, that means the electrical vehicles, I take it that you're talking about. So electrical vehicles, according to the United Nations, is one of the primary goals of this COP, that 26, which is being held, because it is supposed to reduce the emissions from fuel, which it does. So study after study has shown that if EVs are used, they do reduce the emissions from the normal petrol, diesel cars that we use. The problem with EVs is not that theoretically they're wonderful, but even in other countries, EVs have not really been able to take over a huge market share. I'm a firm believer that India can do many things which other countries can't, because we have the ability, the drive. We've proved it many times in many ways. Unfortunately, when it comes specifically to EVs, they have another problem, which is not just to do with behavioral change and changing the roads and changing the actual vehicular construction and the manufacturing process and all of that. The other problem is that EVs have to have batteries, which is not even a simple problem, because the batteries themselves consume and use very harmful materials. Even that is something we could get over. But the largest problem of all is that the batteries need to be charged with electricity. And if you look at the emitters of the world, electricity is number one, transport is number two. So to replace number two with number one as the electricity, which when it is used using coal, as it is in India uses more than 70% of our electricity is coal. And coal is the very worst thing. It's the number one goal of COP. Reduce your dependence on coal. So how does spending millions and billions, maybe trillions of dollars on changing our whole infrastructure to accommodate EVs, if we don't simultaneously take care of the coal aspects, how is it going to help us? It is not going to help us. It would be much more useful to reduce our coal dependence and spend that same money there. It may not make as good headlines, but it would certainly have a much better impact. Going purely by the numbers, the government's numbers, as well as the UN numbers. So that's what I have to say on EVs.
Okay.
Would you like to also respond?
Yeah, definitely. Firstly, I was a little hassled because I didn't have the question for the first answer, but we've gotten the answer from our trainer. She says that, so EPR is something that is very important, that EPR, that is extended producer responsibility, is something that is present in India, and it is only with regard to e-waste. So it becomes the responsibility of the producer when it comes to removing these toxins and these toxic materials. It becomes the responsibility of the producer, and they have their own mechanisms to sort of remove these toxins before they actually send it out for recycling or disposal, or dealing with the ones which cannot dispose. So that's pretty much in the ambit of the producer. Coming to the two other questions, I think the problem with e-vehicles is, apart from the fact that it requires electricity, or we haven't done a great job with it, is the issue of class. So we're talking about e-vehicles, but how many people in India can afford e-vehicles is the question. So do we focus on getting electronic vehicles? Yeah, great. For certain populations, maybe it can work out. But as pointed out earlier, it's definitely, I mean, there is going to be a whole electricity and coal related problem that comes with it. So that has its own challenges. But even when we talk about a huge section of people cannot afford e-vehicles, so what do? The investment then has to be on two things. One, creating public transport mechanism and infrastructure that can be accessed by all, and two, creating spaces for non-motorized transportation. For example, cycling. Is Delhi, for example, a walking city at all? No. So can Delhi be redesigned, or can we make our cyclists safer? That's the question. So I mean, even if you see now about 27, I think 2019, 27 to 28% of the people who died on roads in accidents were non-motorized transport users. So if we do not have walking cities, if we don't have cities where our cyclists are safe, because in India it's not about elite cycling, it's very much class. So that becomes a very big factor in terms of having, I would call it e-transport, and e-transport to me would be good public infrastructure, public transport infrastructure, and spaces for LMTs. So that would be my priority if I looked at India's policy.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We've sort of run into the next time slot. There's two actually very interesting things. If one sentence responses on that, because it's a very interesting question. One is right to repair as a fundamental right. That is one. And how much of making things mandatory, because, we have gone to COP and made commitments. Of course, they are, as far away as, the visit to other planets. But, what do you think about those things? How is it feasible for businesses to be able to make all their things recyclable, and right to repair as a fundamental right? If each of you all, Sumaira, a sentence about that from your side, and then Shruti from your side.
Well, I think we'll get the kind of products we demand, right? So if we insist that climate is important and that we want things to last, and we're willing to pay a little more upfront to make that happen, then we will save the money that we do in demolishing everything, whether it's from the phone to our whole economy and our entire infrastructure. The cost of demolishing and rebuilding is always more. So it depends what we want. If we want shortcuts, then yeah, we're going to have these shortcuts, and we're going to keep paying again and again and polluting. If we want to take a longer view, we build on a firmer footing in general. That's up to us.
I think I completely agree with you. I am in full agreement. I feel like it's about what we prioritize and what we are told to prioritize and what we are conditioned into prioritizing. So if we prioritize climate, if we prioritize a circular economy, if we prioritize repair repair, recycling, and reusing, I think it has to be it's a behavioral and cultural and when I say behavioral, I'm not putting it on people, but rather it's a cultural shift. It has to be within political culture. It has to be within corporate and business culture. It has to be with people as well. So that shift is a whole, almost a societal cultural shift. So that's what, and right to repair should be a fundamental right.
Anand, if I may just add just one sentence more. Sure. We are spending as a country $1.3 trillion we have announced on new infrastructure. That new infrastructure is all polluting infrastructure. And at the same time, we have asked for $1 trillion from developed countries to mitigate climate problems and help us catch up. So where do these figures, the budget for environment this year is 2,000 crores. And the budget for building is 100 lakh crores. And we talk of balancing development and environment. I mean, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. And that's why my answer to all these questions is, it's up to us. If we want to spend 100 lakh crores on destroying the environment and 2,000 crores on saving it, that's what we're going to get.
I think, the summarization of both of what you said is fantastic, and I think I'd also like to point out what Mandvi has mentioned, that, and again, that resonates with what Sumaira said, is we get what we ask for. So if we demand for more public transportation, electric vehicles, rather than if we say electric buses, electric mass transportation, then the infrastructure will not be coastal roads or, private transportation based facilities. If we asked for longer recyclability or longer life cycles of products and durability, then we will not want to change our products every 2 years, 3 years, or those kind of things. So if putting those kinds of demands, if it's the going to bring about that change. So yeah, efficiency, durability, I think that's something, again, we have to learn from nature. I keep going back to that because that's my core and my root. And thank you so much, Sumaira. Thank you so much, Shruti. And I think this was a womanly empowering session for us that, you really are leading the path in that. Thank you for the fantastic work that you're doing. So thanks.
Thank you.
Rahul.
I would like to thank both the speakers for such a lovely and insightful discussion. I'm sure the participants must have enjoyed the discussion and had their queries answered. With this, I would like to introduce the next session, which is the open forum, and the topic will be energy deficit. I will invite Mandvi Kulsreshta to take over.
Thank you, Rahul. And it is truly my pleasure and honor to be introducing Shri Bankar Royji for this session. He is a stalwart in the sector. I doesn't really need any introduction, but just so that everybody knows him here. He's from the Doon School and St. Stephen's College. He started the Barefoot College in the village of Tilonia in Ajmer, Rajasthan. The college is about improving the quality of life of the poorest of the poor communities and the world, and across the world even. It is about demystifying technology and decentralizing decision-making to the hands of poor communities, especially illiterate rural women, to manage, control, and own solar technology, and thus allowing them to live with dignity and self-respect. Decentralized and demystified low-cost energy solutions have to be tried on a low scale, taking their communities into confidence. This is a very strong vision put forth by Barefoot College and Bankar Royji, so that, and also to ensure that these are scaled up to reach a large cross-section of marginalized people who can afford it. Without wasting any time, and I know that most of us are here very eager to listen to what Bankar Royji has to say, I would really invite him to speak for 10-15 minutes, give his inputs, interventions, and vision, as to what energy deficit for Indian or any developing countries would mean, and what could be, the possible directions in which we could move forward, including and integrating, for example, how Barefoot College does illiterate rural women, and who else could be also engaged in this process so that, we move to a better non-deficit energy surplus kind of a state. So over to you, Bankarji. And because this is an open forum, we would really request all of you to participate after Bankarji has finished his input and ask questions. This is really a not a one-time opportunity, but a really good opportunity to talk to Bankarji. Over to you, Bankarji. आप म्यूट पे हैं, अब ठीक है.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Right. Mandvi, since you have given me very little time, I shall be provocative.
No. You have 10-15 minutes.
That's very little time on such a large topic.
Okay.
Anyway, I think it is of some concern for all of us that what the government publicly states that most of the villages today in India have been electrified. If you look at what's happening on the ground, that is not really the case. Because if you're looking at revenue villages in India, yes, maybe the government is somewhat correct. But if you're looking at kasbas, looking at dhanis, looking at smaller communities, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, marginalized OBC communities, there is still a large consumption of kerosene, of candles, of wood for lighting. So my proposal is that if you want to decrease the deficit between what government says and what actually happens on the ground, we have to have a relook at the way we are doing things, or the way we are actually implementing some of the programs. I think, we sometimes don't respect Mahatma Gandhi enough. Mahatma Gandhi said, the answer is not mass production, but production by the masses. We have to decentralize systems right down to people who can own it, manage it, control it, repair it, maintain it. Centralized systems, transmission lines, electric power systems, where you are dependent on an engineer 60 kilometers away for repairing and maintenance, is not an answer. You have to go right down to the last man, as Mahatma Gandhi said. And what does this last man want? He wants a 40-watt panel or a 20-watt panel or a solar lantern, which is affordable, which he can afford to repair, maintain, and buy. And he needs light. He doesn't need power for television. I'm talking about the very rural poor. He doesn't need power for television, doesn't need for a washing machine, he just needs some power for light, for fan, for a radio. And that is easily affordable today. So if you are looking at reducing the energy deficit in the country, one of the major thrusts of the Barefoot College has been to train women. Now, the Prime Minister looked at our program and he called these illiterate rural grandmothers who we are training with funds from the Ministry of External Affairs as solar mamas. These solar mamas come from non-electrified villages all over the world, including India. And using sign language, without using the written or spoken word, this grandmother, who has never been outside a village in her life, comes to Tilonia for 6 months, and she learns only through sight and sound how to repair, fabricate, maintain, install solar home lighting systems. She comes like a grandmother and goes back home like a tiger. And she actually baffles all the men, because the men said, le jao sahab, inko महिला को ले जाओ, kuch kaam ka nahi hai. And when she comes back, she solar electrifies in front of everyone, the whole village today. And everyone is gawking and the jaws drop because this woman went as a useless person and now she came back as a tiger and a grandmother. So this Solar Mama program today, the Barefoot College has actually extended to 96 countries around the world, and there are 3,000 solar mamas today who have solar electrified over 50,000 houses. That combined power, if you put them together, is 1.4 gigawatts of electricity, which is almost what a nuclear power plant generates. So what are we talking about? We're talking about decentralized system, demystified system, right down to the village level, where the woman has total control over the fabrication, installation, repair, and maintenance of systems. So today, I think you have a different mindset to reducing the energy deficit today. And I think we have to look at it outside the box. For 60 years, it's the men who have had their say. Today, the time for the women have come. They have broken the glass ceiling. They have actually shown it is possible that they can do whatever, not only whatever, they can do more than a man can do, because this woman will never leave the village. Whereas if you train a man or a young boy, the moment he or she has a skill, he leaves the village within days looking for a job in a city. So what do you have in a village? Very old women and very young people. So why don't you train women and make them, and they're there all the time, they live there all the time, they have no problems in staying there, and they have actually looked after the solar systems. So we had this woman from Afghanistan who came. For the first time in the history of Afghanistan, they allowed women to come to the Barefoot College. And we made an exception and asked, and the community said, no, we can't only have the woman, you have to take the man along also. So we took the husband along also and brought them to the Barefoot College. Of course, the woman was more intelligent than the man. So when she went back and solar electrified the whole village in Afghanistan, the first ever village to be solar electrified in Afghanistan, she went very quietly and sat with the men. And the men said, what do you think you're doing? You should be sitting 1 kilometer away with the other women there. Why are you sitting with us? And her reply was profound. She said, today, I'm not a woman, I'm an engineer. And I have solar electrified your whole village today. So you have to show me the respect, not treat me like a woman, but treat me the respect that you give to engineers. These stories are all over the world. Grandmothers who have actually shown, demonstrated what the possible is possible. I've spoken for 10 minutes, Mandavi. Now I'd like some questions if possible. Anyone?
Thank you so much, Pankaj-ji. That was very generous of you to keeping it to 10 minutes. I know everybody would like to also listen to you more, but I think that will come through in the question answer session. So we have the first question. There is Jayashree Ravindran, and she really wants to know how can she enroll for the course.
Is she a grandmother?
That's a qualification requirement. Sorry, not
the criteria is you have to be a grandmother, and grandmothers these days are very young. Between 35 and 45, you become a grandmother in Africa. May not be in India, but there. You have to be a grandmother. You have to be someone who can't read and write. You have to be someone who's never left a village in their life, and you have to be able to come for 6 months at least. Because remember, it takes 5 years for a university to produce a solar engineer. The Barefoot College produces a solar engineer in 6 months, and that too a woman who's never doesn't know how to read and write. So this has actually made a vast difference in the mindset of communities. When I've been to about 60 countries around the world and gone to select grandmothers. And every time I select a grandmother, the young people say, what are you taking this useless woman for? Take us because we will be. I said, no, let her come back in 6 months and we'll see. When this grandmother comes back and solar electrifies the village, the youth are the first ones to say, please train me to be a solar engineer. So it's the first time that a grandmother is training a young boy how to become a solar engineer. This is a complete reversal of how the mindset works here. So I think If you're a grandmother, please come to the Barefoot College. We'll train you as a solar engineer. Anyone? Open question, open invitation.
Yes, I'm sure a lot of people want to take that up. But I also had one question, Bankarji. There is unemployment on rise, especially after COVID. We've seen a lot of people, also men, have lost their jobs. Also women have gone back to care work, even if they were, engaged in some kind of work earlier. So how do we, and maybe they are not in the villages, how do one involve them in this whole entire energy transition and economic empowerment?
The biggest obstacle today, Manvi, is this whole fetish about certification. If you can look beyond the paper qualifications that we give so much importance to, because you see today the education system has produced paper qualified engineers who are unemployable. They don't know the subject. But if you actually put more emphasis on practical skills, if you put a solar 20 pieces of a solar lantern in front of a PhD from Stanford who has got a theoretical knowledge, he can't put a solar lantern together. But if you put it in front of the grandmother who's been for 6, she'll put it in half an hour, I'll put it together and make it work. So who do you want? Someone who's gone to Stanford and got a fancy degree? Or do you want a grandmother who can actually make a solar lantern and make it work in a village? Make a choice.
Choice is pretty clear.
No, it's not very clear. It's very hazy because lots of people want the Stanford man, not the grandmother.
Yeah. A lot of people would go for the educated, qualified. Yeah.
Correct. And today in India, they are unemployable. I have seen people who got fancy degrees who don't know their subject with their hands. They don't work with the hands anymore. Am I saying something which is not acceptable to lots of people?
Could be.
Anyone, please challenge me. I'd be very happy to, if someone wakes up and says, I challenge you, this is not correct. Please prove me wrong.
No, I think,
silence.
I mean, it is true that hands-on work gets very little value in our country and in our society than qualified person.
I am not hearing any questions. Is that too much? Have I said too much?
No. So there is a question. There is a question from Anand. He wants to know, did you face political resistance and rage since you started so long back? And what is your source? What is your source of energy besides sunlight?
Every time you do something new, always there will be someone who will object. If everyone is for my project, there is something wrong. There has to be someone who objects. Some class of people who says this is not true, prove me wrong. Today, everything you do is a political act. You make a solar lantern, a grandmother makes a solar lantern, please consider that not technology, but a political act. It is an act of a woman showing that it is possible for her to become an engineer without going through educational qualification. And there are millions of people today in India who don't have an educational qualification, but they have extraordinary practical skills. And we must respect that, apply that on a large scale. Today, of course, there was great resistance from every village I went to select a grandmother in these 60 countries in Africa, the Pacific, Latin America, Southeast Asia. Everywhere there was objection because they were saying, why are you choosing a woman? Because I say a woman has the capacity and the competence to be able to prove they can become a solar engineer like any man. And the opportunity the Barefoot College gives is to people like that. But the political powers that be always want to select someone who is either a relative of theirs or someone who is a part of the family. And I, of course, objected to that. So I've had great resistance from lots of people from all quarters. But that hasn't stopped me from selecting these women from 96 countries all over the world. And I think it's become a success story for the Ministry of External Affairs. So nowadays, when my course opens, the Ministry of External Affairs opens the course, for only 40 people, I have about 10 ambassadors saying, please, I want to send a woman right there to Telonia right now because the pressure is on too much on me. So now I don't have to advertise. I just have to say, Solar Mamas of the Prime Minister, I have 40 slots, please tell me. And I get it filled up within a month. Not a problem.
And what is your source of energy? He wants to know. He wants to.
Can you imagine a nobody comes to Telonia and becomes an extraordinary person in 6 months? What more can you want? You see a person changing in front of your eyes, becoming a nobody to a yes body, becoming someone who is depressed, who is down and out, who has lost confidence. And now after 6 months, you see she's like a tiger. She was willing to take anyone on today, and she couldn't give a damn. And that is what you need. That is what development's all about. You can't wait for 5 years. You can do it in 6 months, today, just now.
Yeah. Okay, another question. Nikhil Soria wants to know.
Who's Nikhil Soria? Can I see him?
Yes. Young.
Nikhil Soria, where are you?
Yeah.
Hi, Nikhil. You volunteer. All right, tell me.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to ask your question, Nikhil?
Yes. Sir, can we make solar panels locally, and can we recycle them?
The solar panels are made indigenously by about 17, 18 Indian companies. But the only problem is size. If you're looking for the poorest of the poor, they only need a 20-watt panel and 2 lights and a fan, and maybe a solar lantern, which is for 3,000 rupees. Today, there are Chinese lanterns which are flooding the Indian market, which are very cheap, very inexpensive, and very poor quality. So solar is taking a bit of a hit because people saying, "Nahi sahab, hame nahi chahiye, humne dekh liya hai, solar lantern maine dekh liya." But the solar lantern's quality is very poor. So centralized system is not the answer. Decentralized household systems is finally the long-term answer, because you can blame nobody. If it is not working, it's your fault. You can't blame an engineer 60 kilometers away that it's not working, because we have trained you to look after the mill. So if you solar electrify a village, you will find that the consumption of kerosene is 0. But if you go to an electrified village of the government, you will find the consumption of kerosene is the same, because no one believes that you will get 24/7 power. At least you have power cuts for 6 to 8 hours every day, at night or in the morning. Yet you call it electrified village, but yet you have 6 to 7 hours of power cuts. During that period of power cut, this is where your solar lantern or your solar panel will give you the light that you need. So you don't have to spend money on kerosene. You have to be able to diversify in such a way that you get 24/7 with solar power supplementing what you need. Have I answered your question, Nikhil?
Sir, yes. And sir, recycling, right?
Recycling, we haven't got a convincing answer for that, Nikhil. I think we still have to work on that. But the life of the solar panel is 25 years. So the problem is not solar panels as much as the batteries, because the batteries only last for 5 years. The recycling of batteries is a major issue. It's a pollutant. So that is what we have to address a bit more seriously. And we haven't come up with a convincing low-cost answer yet.
Pranav has his hand raised. Pranav, you want to ask a question?
Where's Pranav? Can I see him?
Sir, so
there you are. Okay, Pranav, tell me.
So in case of solar panel, there was one question I had. That means I was planning to set up in few areas. So there was one question that the cost of the solar panel takes the recovering time taken for installation of cost of solar panel is that means 25 years, and that means what you call the electricity, that means the power generated by solar panel and the cost of installing, it takes around 25 years to recover that cost. So how is it possible, and what is the scope of getting the CSR funding for the poor section of the society? for the low income groups?
I don't know if this is right across the board in India, but once you electrify your house, you have to pay a standard rate whether you get electricity or not. Is that correct in many parts of India? That you have to stay a standard rate for electric connections as soon as you install them in a village. So there are many people today I know of who are disconnecting the electricity connection because you have 7-8 hours of power cut and yet you're paying a standard rate, which is uneconomical and just not worth keeping. So now if you go for 20-watt panels, which are about 9,000 rupees, and you go for a solar lantern, which is about 3,000 rupees, it is easily affordable to be able to pay back today. And it is within easy reach of many common man. But you mustn't be extravagant. You mustn't say that does solar power run my television, run my air conditioning, run my washing machine? No. You are giving them a basic minimum need, which is clean, affordable light. And that light is within your control and affordable. So if you limit your expectations and you don't have such high expectations about improving your quality of life by bringing in all these exotic things that you have in the house, then I think it is affordable and people will buy it. But they will not buy stuff now which is low quality, poor quality. They will buy quality stuff which they know about, which will work. So a solar lantern from China does not last even 3 or 4 months. But the solar lantern that the grandmothers are making lasts for 3 years. So it is easily possible to repay that money from these. So be very clear what your target group is. If your target group is the poorest of the poor, they will go for stuff that they can pay back. But if you have high quality systems, home lighting systems, which are 1 kilowatt, 2 kilowatts, 3 kilowatt, then there is a problem about repayment. But that people who are middle class, who can afford it, and some of these people don't even pay back because they think, loan wapas. Lots of problems you have there. But as far as I'm concerned, my target group is the poorest of the poor, and they easily afford it, and they pay back.
Right. Actually, this question struck my mind because in other areas, there is frequent load shedding also, and there are the students also who need who need power for computer and internet. So it has become a necessity. So that's why this idea came to my mind.
Correct. So, but if we have a computer center in a village which runs off solar, about 20-30 rural youth can use that computer in a village, then it is affordable. You don't have it individual houses, but have a community center where you have a 1 kilowatt where you can have 2 or 3 computers and the youth can come there and learn and sit for the exams when they want to get a government job or so on. So that is what we are doing right now, having a community center where youth can come and use it at a price, at a very nominal rate.
Yeah. So having a community...
The Barefoot College is only working for rural areas and not for urban areas. So I can't give you an urban solution. I'm so sorry.
Okay. So having community center ensures that it is going to be for the necessities at an initial stage.
Correct.
Yeah.
Come to Barefoot College and have a look. Where are you? Are you in Delhi?
No, I'm from Mumbai.
From?
Mumbai.
Not a very good place. Come to the fresh air of Telonia. Anyone else?
Okay. Okay, Simba Kohli is asking a question. Sir, have you any waste to energy plants, like septage plus wet waste into electricity, and would you recommend it?
We have the first plastic and waste-free village in Rajasthan, indeed India, where people are collecting waste, wet waste and dry waste, and selling them as compost. So if you give me your email, I can send you the film on how we converted very filthy villages into waste and plastic-free villages. We are doing it in 3 or 4 villages now, today.
She's also asking about turning it to electricity, like using waste as fuel.
No, but there are some
generation.
But there are some people using pine needles up in Uttarakhand. Have you heard of an organization called Avani? AVANI in Kumaon. You can access them. There's a girl called Rashmi there, and Rashmi and Rajneesh both together run a plant which works off pine needles and generating electricity. So they'll give you much more information on that. Okay?
Okay, Anand says, yeah, actually they are very inefficient as the mixed waste gives very poor calorific output and releases toxins. Yeah, there has to be a lot of sorting first as to what kind of waste will go into as fuel. That takes manpower and resources. And then, yeah, the calorific value also isn't so great. Okay. Any other question? Any other question?
I have exhausted them. Okay, Manvi.
No, then I have a question. I want to know, I would like to know, because we also work a lot on just energy transition, where one is trying to that people working in the fossil fuel sector acquire the skills to go into this new and upcoming renewable energy sector. And because a lot of women lose out when the skill transition happens, when such kind of upscaling of skills or new skill acquisition happens. There is a very strong aspect of gender justice here as well, in terms of economic empowerment of women. How do you think, this solar mamas are one answer to it, but what else can be done to ensure that, the energy transition is just and inclusive?
I think the solar mamas can also be entrepreneurs. We shouldn't only talk to them about solar electricity and becoming solar electrifying villages, but how to start a business, how to open a bank account, how to go about taking a bank loan, how to be able to reach communities and convince them that the answer, long-term answer, is solar and not electric generation from the power plants. Decentralized, demystified solutions is the answer today. And I think women are great communicators. Someone told me, what is the most powerful way of communicating today? Is it telephone? Is it television? Is it telegraph? It is tell a woman.
Very nice. Yes.
So I think women are smart. They have a mind of their own and they have a communication language of their own. And I don't think the men are in any way close to hearing how they think and how they speak and how they act. I have learned that in 20 years in the Barefoot College, and I don't even want to know the solution to this mystery. I'm always amazed at the improvisation of rural women to be able to pick up the solution and run with it and fly with it. And then you're left far behind. So I think the solution and the answer are the women today of India, the rural women of India, especially for me. Mandevi, have I gone round your question and answered it differently or what?
Kind of, but this will also do, because you're talking such nice things about women. The feminist is so good.
Okay.
Okay, Anand has a question.
Where's Anand? Where's Anand?
Where? Anand, we can't hear you. Still can't hear you. Acha, you're on mute right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So Bankar Royji, my question was that human civilization is close to 2 million years, and electricity has been, very, very recent find invention. Why are we trying to, do you think that we are, looking for electricity to solve all our energy requirements? And do the way we are going, everything is connected to electricity. Is that the only solution and the only source of form of energy? Or what are the kind of multiple energy sources that are being used according to you? Or because then obviously there's going to be a shortfall if everything has to be converted to electricity.
This is a political question.
Okay.
And I am not in a position to answer that with convincingly. Because today there's a vested interest in electrifying a village, at least on paper, because there's so many people involved. I'll tell you what happened with me. The Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir at that time when I spoke to him was Farooq Abdullah. And there are 19 villages in Zanskar. So I told Farooq Abdullah, Minister, I would like to solar electrify 10 villages in Zanskar, which is cut off 6 months of the year with snow. He said, Karlo, koi dikkat nahi hai. I said, there are only 19 villages, but I'll do about 3 or 4 and show you how you can solar electrify a village in Zanskar, which I did. 6 months later, the Chief Minister calls me and says, Sab, I cannot allow you to do any more villages. I said, why? I've given you a simple solution. I've given you a non-polluting solution, which is long-term, clean. He said, no, I have a problem. Because for 6 months of the year, they used to transport diesel and kerosene to the generators in Zanskar. And there, everyone was making about 20 crores a year. So I said, look, if I solar electrify 19 villages, I save you 20 crores. But if you do that, Farooq Abdullah says, I'll lose my election, I'll lose my seat. Because there is a vested interest in taking kerosene and diesel 6 months every year now. How has this Bengali come and solar electrified a village and shown that you don't need a diesel generator? You don't need diesel and kerosene to go there because it is all solar electrified. So I had to stop my program, but I learned a lesson that there is always something behind innovation which is life-threatening and which threatens a lot of people. And it is not as simple as just solar electrifying a village. There are so many other socio-cultural problems here that someone has to take into account. And I learned that lesson today. So have I answered your question? Again, I'm detouring on your answers, but I think there was a lesson there that I learned very much. Anyone else?
Yes, there is Shubhankar Ghosh is raised his hand. Can you please also switch on your video?
Where's Shubhankar?
Yeah, I'm here, sir. Am I audible?
Where are you? Can I see you?
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
So actually, I had a question. I hear from Assam, and I'm currently working in CSIR. But I had a question. Yes.
I request you to keep the microphone at the constant position.
Okay.
If you're moving it, the sound is getting a little cut. Thank you. And can you repeat the name of the organization or the university? I didn't get it.
It's CSIR NIST.
CSIR?
NIST. NEIST. NIST. Okay. So I had a question because the weather is not predictable here. So there won't be a constant sunlight. For example, if we are talking about in a rural village. So can we consider maybe having an integrated approach if you talk about rural implementation of solar panels and solar lights, and how can we go about it? If you have some inputs on that, that would be good.
Which part of Assam are you?
So I'm currently in Jorhat.
Jorhat. So presently, right now, we are selecting 12 grandmothers from Silchar district and from Hailakandi district. And we have a training center up in Sikkim where we shall start training these women to be solar engineers. But because you have a weather problem there of rain and very little sun, we are suggesting that they have a 40-watt panel where you can at least preserve the energy through the battery for at least 3 or 4 days during if there is a rainy season. And we also suggest, coupled with the 40-watt panel, as far as Assam is concerned, with a solar lantern, which you can also charge with the 40-watt panel. So Wherever the conditions are not suitable for sunlight for at least 300 days of the year, you have to increase the number of solar panels so that they can, at least in the battery, you can preserve it for 3 or 4 days without problem.
So, so the answer, will that be good to have an integrated system? So family can also run a section of their power, can drive a section of their power from the electrical grid, and it can be subsidized with the solar panel. Or
it could be done. It could be done. It is feasible, practical, and I think this improvisation is possible. It is possible. Sure.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Simar was asking again about battery recycling. I think Simar Bangaroji had said earlier that he doesn't have very pocket-friendly answer to this question now, because it's still a technology which is being studied and researched upon. So, yeah.
In the solar unit, the battery is the weakest link.
Yeah.
It is not the panel. It is not the charge controller. It is not the lights. It is the battery.
Okay, and Nikhil, you have another question. Why don't you ask it yourself?
So can we integrate dynamo with some solar panel so that if there is no light, they can cycle or treadmill or something, do something which will improve their health also, and it can integrate with solar connection?
All combinations are possible. I think one has to try it and see if it is possible that you can generate some through the cycle that you were suggesting. Yes, it's possible. I have seen it before being done. But it's quite a lot of cycling that needs to be done there. I don't know how much time you have to cycle for how many hours. But it is a solution. It is a low-cost solution, and people are doing it because when you are under such pressure, you come up with desperate solutions which work. And I think I've seen these cycle dynamos which produce electricity. I've seen them. I've seen them in Africa. Everyone does that in Africa.
Yeah, I think Nikhil and Pranav should get together, because Pranav wants a community kind of a place where solar electricity is produced. So, you know,
anyone who's asked me so many questions, his first job is to come to Telonia and spend a couple of days here. And let me get him to meet some of the extraordinary women here. Just to convince you that there's hope in this country of alternative low-cost solutions which are based entirely on women and not men. How's that, Pranav? You going to come? No, I can see silence there. Bombay has actually prevented a lot of people from going out of that city. They're too much in love with that city. Come on, go and do some work outside in a village and just see what it's like. You know, when you are used to 100 miles per hour lifestyle, and all of a sudden you come to a village which is 0 miles per hour, it is a psychological shock because you feel that you're doing nothing, which is not true, because you're learning patience, you're learning tolerance, you're learning how to work with people. This is a great learning exposure. A village, don't think of it as a hardship. Think of it as a learning experience. Okay? And you're still young. This is the time when you make mistakes. This is the time when you go out and start looking at crazy ideas and make it work or don't work, doesn't matter. Give it a shot. This is what I keep on telling the youth in this country, and very few people take it on. What's wrong with our youth? In our time, we used to be mad. We used to go into the villages and stick it there and find out whether we have it in us to do it.
Sure, sir.
I have a complaint against the youth of this country. What to do? Why aren't they a bit more energetic, improvised, courage, guts? Kahan gaya wo guts?
Yeah, actually, most of the...
I can see Rahul laughing. Why is he laughing? Come on, Rahul, what is it? Have I said something wrong?
No, I'm laughing because you have hit the nail on the head.
Which head? Which nail? I can't see it having any effect on anybody.
Young heads. But a lot of people, Bankarji, a lot of people are writing in the chat that they would like to know the location of Barefoot College. I would say just...
Tilonia is a small village in Ajmer district, 100 kilometers from Jaipur. And we have a campus. People can stay here as long as you want. And lots of things to see and lots of things to learn and lots of things to take back home. So this is an open invitation to all of them who is on your chat, that they come and spend some time. Open mind. Open mind is very important.
Sure, sir.
And if it is
okay, let's see, Madhvi, yes, let's see how many people take it on. I'll let you know how many people actually write to me and say I'm coming.
In fact, I definitely, this is Jan, and I definitely would like to come to your place. If you could seriously share your coordinates, I would like to learn more. I missed a small part of your session, but yes, I would like to explore.
Just Google Barefoot College and you'll get
Barefoot College, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The location.
And if you can suffer it, I gave a TED talk. Look at the TED talk on the Barefoot College.
Wow. No, I grew up in a village myself, so I don't think I'll suffer. I'm sure I'll enjoy.
Then why haven't you gone back?
I think I should. You're right.
This is a step backwards if you've left your village and not gone back.
I agree with you.
You know when His Holiness the Dalai Lama came to Tilonia, first time spending a night in a village, he went and saw the Solar Mama, he saw everybody, and then he said something very profound. He said, now that you've shown the Barefoot College working in practice, let's see if the experts can make it work in theory. How's that?
Wow. That was really awesome.
Isn't it?
Wow.
Coming from Dalai Lama, it's a blessing. He said, you guys are streets ahead. What are you doing? How come other people are not listening to what you're doing? It's so simple. It's the simplicity of it all that is the attractive part, not the complicated part.
Right.
Manvi,
sorry, once again,
enough of your time.
Barefoot College.
Sorry.
This is Barefoot College in Ajmer. Which village?
Near Tilonia.
How do you spell it?
Tilonia.
Fine. Is there a website or something where there is?
I think if you Google Bunker Roy, you might get something.
You will, yes. If you Google Bunker Roy, you will get
Sure.
And Bankarji, if it is okay, we can also share your email ID. A lot of people are asking.
My email ID, my mobile number, just share it. I've got no problem. I know very, very many people will not come, so that's why I'm sharing it.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. I think people want to come to Tilonia and talk to me in person. Probably that's the mood.
I can assure you, you will get 3-star comfort. So that's a blessing for you guys. I think the comfort is very important. You don't want to go in the middle of nowhere and find you have to go and squat outside in a village. That is what scares a lot of people. Come.
The volunteers Amruta and Hitesh have shared all the coordinates of Barefoot College in the chat. You can please take them down. Yeah, and we'll definitely provide you all the coordinates. We can have more, interaction. Like the interaction is more important. All these details will definitely provide you for the thing.
I welcome anyone who wants to come. Young, old, man, woman, rich, poor, come over. It's a just to see what a solution, a low-cost, innovative, alternative solution is possible.
Yeah,
that is what you have to see.
Ankarji, if I may add, I was teaching at Doon School from 94 to 98.
That's a minus point.
I know. Shomi was the headmaster. I think you should get the Doon School kids to come to Tilonia and keep them there for a month. We'll start with that, I guess.
There is. I have 2 rules here. I don't invite Doon School. I don't invite St. Stephen's College.
Okay. But yeah, I guess there's a lot of unlearning and learning. But as an environmental science teacher, we did a lot.
Do you realize that I'm the only Doon School and St. Stephen's College boy who's lasted 50 years in a village? And that's a real reflection on the educational system today. It's a very bad reflection on the educational system today, that we can't produce people who want to improvise, want to do something new, want to fail. What is wrong with our people today? I just don't know what to say. Communication is major problem here. So doing school is not my best idea of the good education. I've stopped everyone on their tracks, I think. Okay, thank you, Manvi. Thanks for giving me an opportunity to share some ideas.
Oh, thank you so much. I think we didn't do justice by keeping your session for just just half an hour or so. But I think.
But I haven't had too many questions, so I'm a bit disappointed with the group here. There should be 10,000 questions. Oh, you can write to me, bunker.roy1@gmail. Write to me, not a problem. Anyone can write.
Yes, I think a lot of us will be writing to you. A lot of us will be contacting you because there's still so much.
First, see that useless TED talk, and then you can write to me.
Yes.
Okay. But thank you so much for your time and also prompting all of us to ask questions. I think this whole culture of asking questions is kind of dying in our country, and we need also to revive this culture of ask questions and keep challenging the norms and keep.
So just to let you all gentlemen know, we are celebrating our 50th year next year. So we will be inviting all of you to come. It's in Delhi in the Triveni Kala Sangam. We're going to show 50 years of work that we've done since 1972. Half of you weren't born then, were right? Correct? Yes, I don't think half of you were born. Anyway, you're all welcome to come. But write to me, please. I'll be very happy to respond. Anyone?
Okay.
Manvi, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Bankarji. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bankarji.
It was a pleasure and so educational to listen to you.
I enjoyed it thoroughly. Thank you, Manvi, for asking me.
Thank you so much,
Bankarji. Thank you again. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Bankarji. This has been one of the highlights of the conference, and it's only the first day. This is memorable. This was very engaging, and I'm sure based on the reactions, everybody learned a lot and took their time to interact. So thank you. We are almost at the end of the day. So before we have the closing remarks, we would like to show a small cultural film. I would like to give a brief introduction about the artists who will be performing in the film. But due to paucity of time, I'll go ahead and play the film first.
नमस्कार साथियों, फ्रेडरिश ईबर्ट स्टिफ्टुंग ने 2014-16 के बीच एक प्रोजेक्ट चलाया बिग ग्रीन, जिसके अंतर्गत हमने देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो लोग ग्रीन लाइवलीहुड इनिशिएटिव्स चला रहे थे उनसे बात की, उनके इश्यूज को समझने की कोशिश की ताकि उनके प्रोजेक्ट को हम स्केल अप करने में कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकें। उस दौरान हमने फील्ड वर्क में जो अनुभव किया, उन अनुभवों को ही शब्दबद्ध करने की कोशिश है इस कविता में, जिसका नाम है हरा क्या है, व्हाट इज ग्रीन। धनक के 7 रंगों में हरा एक रंग है। धनक के 7 रंगों में हरा एक रंग है। हरे के रंग कितने हैं मैं तुमसे क्या कहूं। धनक के 7 रंगों में हरा एक रंग है। हरे के रंग कितने हैं मैं तुमसे क्या कहूं। कहीं गुमनाम से एक गांव में गोमूत्र का डिब्बा लिए उघड़े बदन जो खेत के भीतर खड़ा है वो हरा है। कंधे से कंधा जोड़कर अपने हकों के वास्ते जंगल किनारे जो महीनों से अड़ा है वो हरा है। कई मील तक चट्टान की छाती से पानी खींचकर तपती दोपहरी पीठ पर बच्चे को बांधे आम के पौधों को जो भी सींचता है वो हरा है। अनछुए जंगल में देवों के भयंकर कोप से बचने को झुक झुक हर कदम पे जो भी कचरे बीनता है वो हरा है। युग युगों से नीलगिरी के जंगलों में शहद की मधुमक्खियों की खोज में जो निरंतर चल रहा है वो हरा है। अपने पसीने से जो धरती सींच कर फूलों के खिलने की लेकर आस धूप में लाचार सा कुम्हला रहा है वो हरा है। हमारी बस्तियों को साफ करता बोझ कूड़े का जो कांधे पर उठाए उन घरों के सामने से जा रहा है वो हरा है। खेत की पकती फसल में जो भी पीला है वो हरा है। खेत की पकती फसल में जो भी पीला है वो हरा है। नदी के स्वच्छ जल में जो भी नीला है वो हरा है। भला यह कौन कहता है हरा बस रंग है। भला यह कौन कहता है हरा बस रंग है। हरा तो ढंग है इस जहां में जिंदा रहने का। किसी के आंख का आंसू जो पोछे वो हरा है। किसी के घाव पे मरहम लगाए वो हरा है। हरापन इस धरा के सारे मर्जों की दवाई है। हरापन इस धरा के सारे मर्जों की दवाई है। खुदा ने जिस कलम से जिंदगी की कथा लिखी हरापन उस कलम की रोशनाई है। हरापन जिस्म भी है हरापन रूह है। हरापन जिस्म भी है हरापन रूह है। अगर सैलाब आए या कश्ती नूह है। हरे की बात मत पूछो हरापन शायरी है। हरे की बात मत पूछो हरापन शायरी है। हरापन हर खुशी है। हरापन इस जहां उस चमक भरपूर है जहां जो कुछ हरे से दूर है खुदा से दूर है। हरापन एक खुशबू है। हरापन एक जादू है। हरापन आशिबू है। सनसनाते शोर में शांति है। सदियों से सड़ती बजबजाती व्यवस्था में हरापन क्रांति है। जहां के इस बियाबा में हरापन गांव अपना है। जहां के इस बियाबा में हरापन गांव अपना है। हरापन एक हकीकत थी हरापन एक सपना है। चलो कुछ यूं करे मिलकर हरा फैले धरा पर। चलो कुछ यूं करे मिलकर हरा फैले धरा पर। ये जो कुछ द्वीप बिखरे हैं हरे के इन्हें विस्तार का आधार दें। चलो हम आज द्वीपों को बढ़ाकर महाद्वीप का आकार दें। चलो हम आज द्वीपों को बढ़ाकर महाद्वीप का आकार दें।
Hello everyone. Today I'd like to share a Niddish folk tale with you. So here goes the story of Joseph's new overcoat. There was once a little boy called Joseph, and on his 4th birthday, his grandfather had gifted him a special thing. Joseph's grandfather had gifted him a handmade overcoat. And it was special because Grandpa had made it with his own hands. Yes, Joseph's grandfather was a tailor, and he had a tailoring shop in the city. Joseph loved visiting his grandfather's tailoring shop. He would always be curious, looking at all the fabric, the color, the threads and needles, and so many things strewn all over in the tailoring shop. And Joseph loved his grandfather dearly, and the overcoat meant the world to him. So Joseph wore the overcoat to the school, to the market, to the playground, just almost everywhere. He could never get tired of wearing the overcoat. Soon enough, the 4-year-old Joseph grew up into a 8-year-old, 10-year-old boy, and his jacket would barely fit him. He was so disappointed that the jacket could not be worn any further. His mom would say, "Joseph, your coat looks worn out and old. Why don't you give it away or throw it away?" But Joseph did not want to part with the overcoat because it was a gift from his grandfather. So one day, Joseph and his mother went to Grandpa's tailoring shop and gave the coat to the grandfather. The grandfather took a proper look at the overcoat, and then he took a pair of scissors and a needle and thread. He cut up a little on the left sleeve and on the right sleeve. And he took a needle and thread and gave it a little stitch. And now, what did Joseph have here? The overcoat had now become a little jacket. Yes, a jacket that Joseph could wear. And so Joseph was happy with all the transformation that the overcoat had gone through, and now that he could wear a jacket. And as usual, Joseph wore the jacket everywhere he went. A few years later, Joseph had grown up into a teenager, and the jacket no longer fit him anymore. But he didn't want to let go of his jacket because it was a gift from his grandfather. He visited Grandpa's tailoring shop again and gave him the jacket. Grandpa was a little older now, used a walking stick, but was always passionate about stitching and his tailoring shop. So he looked at the jacket and he took a pair of scissors and needle and thread and he began to cut the jacket. And soon enough, the grandfather had stitched up 4 beautiful ties for Joseph. Joseph looked at the ties and it said, "Wow, what a transformation. I can wear it outside. I can wear it to the school. I can wear it with my shirt. And I have 4 of them. That's wonderful." So Joseph was very happy with the transformation that the jacket had made into 4 ties. A few years later, Joseph had grown older and the ties had become shorter. Yes, he went back to his grandpa's tailoring shop. Grandpa had become very old, but never lost interest in stitching something new. So he took a pair of scissors, a needle and a thread, and transformed the ties into badges that Joseph could wear on his t-shirt or on his bag or just anywhere. Joseph was so happy that the little overcoat that he had was having a tremendous journey all through these years and had survived so many years. And from an overcoat, it had become into a badge. He just loved the idea of how one fabric transformed into many such fashionable outfits. I hope you like the story. Thank you.
So I hope these sessions and the poems as well as the stories were insightful. Sustainability starts from home, and the questions that people asked our keynote speaker in the morning today as to what are the changes or actions you take at your own level. I thought not only were they pointed, but also very, very valid. I think starting with the innovation talks and the plenary sessions in the morning, which took us through some very, very key points. One is about cooperation and community activities. The breakout sessions, each of the groups talked about the kind of action that needs to be taken, the kind of policies that need to be brought about in also the cross-cutting aspects of some of these issues that are there. Because on one side, we want development. On the other side, we need to cut back on some of our outputs that are there, which are resultant of these developments. So it's a constant push and pull factor that we're talking about. I think Mr. Bankar Roy took the whole discussion to a very, very different level. Of course, I would be failing in my responsibility to, not say that each of the speakers sort of took the entire session up a notch, and with a very, very harsh topic like e-waste, which is, staring in our face on a daily level. It's increasing in our household. Each of us must have many phones and many, e-gadgets which are lying around waiting to be, taken to their rightful graves, or maybe to rightful cradles, I should say. And on the other side, you have Sumaira Abdul Ali, who's a 60-plus-year-old lady, single-handedly going to every religious festival and documenting the sounds that are there. It is unbelievable the kind of energy and optimism that she, shows in the picture. You will see that we have had a very, very good balance of gender in this workshop, in this course. But I would also like to add that there are transgender persons in the audience that are present over here, and we have invited them specially to come and be part of this discourse, because now we have to increase the spectrum of everything. We have to go beyond borders, we have to go beyond genders, we have to go beyond our cities to the rural areas, as Bankar Roy has said. And I think what the story told was that think of reinventive ways. We have to now revision what future we want. We will see the future that we want only if we are creative in our processes, in our ideas. We need to learn technologies like GIS, but use it for the rightful purposes. Just technology by itself will not protect anything. Similarly, we will have to go back to the rural segment to understand their requirements. I think some of the groups that were there, like in case of the youth or in case of the biodiversity, there are a lot of voiceless communities who are sitting on the fringe, and they need to be brought into the discourse and into the discussion. We need to take the tribal communities in the discourse of energy, in the discourse of transportation and infrastructure. If the animals, of course, they cannot voice their opinions, then we have to be their voices and put forward their cases very, very strongly and inclusively. So this was the highlight of today's conference. I know it must have been very heady from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. With some bits of breaks of music and poetry, which we tried to give you. I would again like to thank all the 3 sign language interpreters for helping us. That is very nice of you to endlessly, tirelessly translate. And FES and Sprouts invites you again tomorrow sharp at 9. We haven't kept German time. We are at 5:15, but by Indian time, I think from 5 to 5:15, I think we should all give ourselves thumbs up. Sorry if we have pasted the biography of some of the speakers. We did not mean to insult you. We just wanted to try and respect everybody's time, because people have other commitments that they need to do. So that was the purpose. It was not with any disregard or disrespect to you. So please, accept my humble apologies on that matter, that we pasted your biographies. These biographies are also existing on our website. You can go and click on them. All the resources of those people, their email addresses, their websites are there in the biography sheet. So if you go to the schedule in the schedule page, you can click on every speaker and resource person, and you will get more details of them. After the conference, we will create a report. There will also be a book which will be coming through, in which many of these resources will be compiled. And we are looking forward to all of you all to be contributory partners towards that. So definitely in the Yin Yang session tomorrow, please see to it that the files that you all have been shared with, please email those files back. Actually, those are Google documents. So whatever you put inside that, we will be collating that information. So this is my closing remarks for the day. And we'll see you sharp and fresh with your cups of chai and coming from Assam, or your coffee from Kerala. And maybe, I think some beautiful headgears and scarves. I'm looking for some more color. I think that's what I like about international or physical conferences. People are so lively. So this online format is a little distant. I like to, meet people, hug people. But yeah, I think a big round of applause for everyone, especially to the volunteers. They are behind the scenes and they're doing a fantastic job. Yeah, so thank you, all the volunteers who are working literally behind the scene. And I hope you can, some of the sessions, if you miss them, they will be there on our YouTube channel also, that you can see them at a later stage. So adios and see you tomorrow morning sharp at 9 a.m. Shubhratri, Shabak hai.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Just request all volunteers and organizers to stay back. I request the sign.
Recording stopped.
Stay back for 5 minutes. You can make it gallery. Anybody other than Sanjeev Naik ji? Can you